see here. That should... It's an excellent connection. Very well. Very well. Very well.
Yes.
Very, very well. Let's see here. Where's my OBS? There it is. Already everything on screen. Oh, I guess your avatar here doesn't fit with the one on the thumb. It doesn't matter, actually. What I was about to say, I could just make the final thumbnail immediately because I have like 3 pictures of our avatars next to each other anyways from the other ones.
Yeah.
Hello everyone. How's it going?
Let's see if we can finish. Let's see if we can outlong the not the Obi-Wan premiere right now.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's already running for like 40 minutes now, so
yeah,
should be good. And from your DMs, you have like millions of notes apparently, so this might be the meme show. I don't know.
yeah. Like there's certain parts where it's like, oh, okay, I have to go into quantum physics now because they mentioned this thing, and I'm just like, is this bullshit or not?
I
don't
googled
know.
that. I started reading the wiki page. Was like, I'm not having any of this. It's just science-tisms. I don't give a shit. I'm not even gonna bother. When the first time it says quantum physics, nah, I'm out.
Meanwhile, I'm obsessive about this stuff. I think it's because I already knew kind of what the Heisenberg uncertainty principle was.
I've never heard that before.
Like, yeah, I know about it because of Star Trek, funnily enough, because I watched a lot of behind the scenes, and they would mention something called the Heisenberg compensator, which would, which on the transporter, which is supposed to compensate for the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. So. I hope people are pouring in already falling asleep.
Oh, quantum physics? That's not the metal channel I know. Where's the cum? Where are the blowholes? God damn it!
I'm sorry, Chad. I'm sorry. We might. Your regularly scheduled coming will.
We're a bit late. From what I understand, the coffee machine fought back, and there was blood everywhere. And the kitten was trying to get the coffee, so it was a fierce battle, but me made it, so it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, something like that.
I thought I needed to send reinforcements to save you, but you managed on your own. You did good.
You see, why do you need to watch the Obi-Wan premiere when you are hearing real war stories right now with someone who is really bleeding?
And better story as well. It's impressive how metal can be both here and in the Obi-Wan reaction at the same time. Good job. Yeah, that happens a lot, actually, because I often stream when those go live. I'm everywhere, dude. This is everywhere. He's part of the German cloning experiment. Oh, I watched Spurt die again because of you. Spurt? Or Spwad? Ooh, nice burp. So what's been going on? I still need to tweet out real life and stuff. I haven't drummed up anything. Let's see here.
Oh yeah, I should do that myself.
We are live. Is that the correct link, or is this a random link from YouTube that I just still had in my thingy? 9E at the end? No, there we go. Tweet. I'm gonna keep it simple. Are you gonna throw it in the Discord as well again?
I can.
Cool.
See. Oh, that coffee has dried my throat. This is going to require water once I'm done posting in the Discord.
Normally the opposite happens. That's surprising. Spurt the cobalt? I'm so confused. I'm very confused. He's put. Oh wait, I read that already. Are you sure you're live metal? Check your pulse for confirmation. No, there's still no pulse. We're fine. Meme. Did you see the Lego Optimus Prime?
Oh, I did not.
I think James got it, and I think Ass got one of those as well.
Ooh, does it transform when you put it together?
Isn't Ass building it on his channel live at some points, or did I just imagine that in my dreams?
Well, I could see it, maybe. maybe. Who knows?
Very nice. So yeah, I was actually I touched grass yesterday. That was exciting. Yeah, it was.
I'm proud of you.
I went outside. It was 37 degrees Celsius. Yesterday it was like the warmest day in Germany this week. This year. Uh, it was hell. It was a very sweaty bicycle ride. I can tell you that. No, I went to a flea market with a friendo because I'm trying to get my hands on a physical copy of Majora's Mask, hopefully without having to pay hundreds of dollars for it, or euros, or pound, whatever you prefer. Uh, that didn't work out, but I was able to find a copy of Ocarina of Time, a physical one that I got for $40, which is
Ooh, with steel.
not
Was it the
too.
golden cartridge?
No, it's not a golden one.
Damn.
Just
Well, at least you got something.
yeah, I think that's like the normal price. Those fuckers are much more knowledgeable than I thought they would be. But then again, I didn't get it from one of the random flea market stands. It was like one that had like exclusively like consoles lying around there and games. So he knew what was going on. Because apparently
Nice.
he had, if I would have been there like 8 in the morning when they opened up, apparently I would have only paid like $30. But he told me it's like, oh yeah, I sold like 5 of those already, so I upped the price. It's like, yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so.
And on another smaller stand, I got a copy of Hybrid Heaven. That's probably a very obscure title. I don't even know if anyone knows that game. I got that for 15
I do
bucks.
not.
I just vaguely remember playing it as a child, and it was like really fun. It's like a weird mixture of turn-based combat and fighting, because you can learn like martial arts moves, but you can also learn like wrestling moves, so you can power bomb aliens and stuff. It's really funny. And I
Yeah.
always wanted to have a physical copy of that, and I found one. I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna take that right away. And then only 15 bucks. Like, goddamn, that's a steal.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah. So now I only need to buy like a converter for my consoles, because right now I don't actually have a TV or a screen I can play on the old consoles like N64. But luckily there was a video from Linus Tech Tips like a year ago that I rewatched as well. And there's like a really good converter thingy. It costs like $150 though, but that's going to be worth it because there's like basically no delay. It looks really good. So I'm gonna be probably investing it like next month or the month after. We'll see.
Yeah, that sounds like a sound investment.
Yeah, because like all the SCART cable inputs and the other ones, I forgot the names just now. But yeah, that's definitely something I'm gonna do, because I also want to build like a shelf or something, or get like a shelf from IKEA or whatever. I don't know yet, where I can put all my old consoles on, like N64, SNES, and all that good stuff. Because I think it would look really neat right next to my TV. And that's why I'm just kind of hunting for those retro games right now, because I want those physical copies. And especially like Majora's Mask, those cartridges go for like a fuck ton of money. Like I think they start at like $50 if you're lucky, and they go up all the way to like 120 if you want one that's like pristine condition, packaging and everything. But luckily I don't care about that. I just want a physical copy that works.
You know what you need to do is you need to like open up the emulator and then go into reshade and just put on the old TV filter. And
Yeah. Yeah, because I've been playing Zelda games from the N64. I've started my first Majora's Mask playthrough, because I've never played through that game before.
How many times has Ganondorf's face crashed into the earth so far for you?
0 times.
Okay, I haven't played that game. I just know that happens on loop.
It's like a
for a
a
while.
moon. Yeah, it's like a time loop kind of game, and you have to reset time and then have to do certain things again and again, apparently. But yeah, I only streamed it
Yeah.
once yet because last week was pretty busy. And like
Yeah, that
stuff
makes
going on. So yeah, but the next couple of weeks, I don't really have anything planned besides anything that's like recording stuff. And
Yeah, and
Metal's
Kenobi's going to be
Forge.
gone soon anyway.
Oh yeah, it's only one more episode left. I saw a tweet somewhere on that. Apparently, the last episode is 1.5 hours long, but I don't know if that's actually true. Because
I think it's.
when I
I think.
Googled for
I
it,
think it might
it's
be
like
confirmed.
when I Googled for it, there's like nothing cited that it's actually 1.5 hours, except that one tweet I saw from a bizarre site I've never seen before. So I don't even know if that's true.
Yeah, I saw. I think I saw a screenshot that seemed to confirm it, but I can't. I have not checked on it yet. But if it is 90 minutes, like,
Hmm.
oh boy, Molo was already talking to me about maybe getting like all three, or me, Fringy, and him to edit that final episode, just so he can get it out on in it all a timely manner. And I think
Yeah.
that'll be a certainty at that point if it is a 90-minute thing. Oh goodness.
Yeah. I just don't want it to be 90 minutes. Because it's just gonna mean I don't have a lot of sleep for the next day as well, on top of having to watch 90 minutes of Kenobi.
Because that's like longer than this film. That
Yeah,
episode
yeah.
will be. I just spoke like Yoda.
Oh, nice. Talking about Kenobi, right?
Yeah,
Uh,
this
so yeah, basically what I'm
this
saying is there's probably gonna be more Twitch streams again as well, because I was just busy the last 2 weeks because there was this wedding I was on with my friendo. That was great. I don't know if you've seen the picture I posted, but people made some fantastic memes out of my picture.
Oh yes, I've kept a close eye on that meme's career with great interest.
Uh, that was a random tweet that exploded. As I was like, oh yeah, so people wanted a picture. I was like, yeah, I'll just post on Twitter. And then people started memeing about it and just liking it. I was like, that's weird. I don't understand algorithms. They're weird. Or maybe people just liked it, I guess. I mean, in theory, I have
I
like
think
over 4,000 people following me, so I just don't know how it works, okay? It's still a mystery to me, and I've been doing this for a little bit.
I think you have a very small but dedicated following of shit posters that
Nice.
every new image of you will turn into something um, unique.
Unique. There were some great memes. I'm sure they'll pop up on the meme fab in the future, because I think they
Oh
all ended
yeah.
up in the EFAB memes channel, anyways. So yeah, we
Oh
we
yeah.
I had fun looking at them during the wedding and showing them to my friends. We had a very good laugh from those memes. That was good stuff. Yeah,
Oh,
loved it.
I'm just looking at some of them now.
That's some great stuff. That was some good shit.
They turned you
Uh,
into Obi-Wan Kenobi and a terrorist. It was great.
oh, I also watched on Friday. I watched Jackass Forever finally,
Oh,
and
nice.
man, that was awesome. It's like they never stopped doing those movies, but it's been like 10 years.
Yeah.
Because I
Or
started
they got,
watching it with a friend. I was like, man, I wonder if they like had to slow down because I mean they're not really young anymore. Like they have gray hair and everything. They're like in their 40s, I think, right?
yeah, yeah, I
Uh,
think, well, Johnny Knoxville said this is going to be his last one because he actually suffered brain damage on this one.
oh, dude, I can exactly tell you where he got fucked up by a bull. Like, goddamn, he spun through the air like 2 times and just landed face down. I was like, fuck. This is one of those scenes
Oh,
where they
man.
stopped laughing and just started worrying, and you could see it in the movie. I was like, oh fuck, something happened. Yeah, fuck me. Steve-O is 48.
Yeah.
He looks great.
I hope I look that good while still getting as much shit kicked out of me.
And he
Maybe
took
that's the
like
key
all
to
the
eternal
drugs,
youth.
and he looks awesome these days.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Then they have younger cast member in that movie too. Yeah, there was some younger ones. That's true.
The next generation.
Yeah, but yeah, it was still super fun to watch. I mean, they didn't stop. It took like 2 minutes to see Pontius' penis again. Like took 2 minutes in the intro sequence. I was like,
Nice.
all right, that's Jackass. All right, I think we're good.
Oh, yeah.
uh, good stuff. That was fun. I would heartily recommend that one. That was a fun watch. I was laughing my ass off. That was good stuff. Also, talk to the chat for a little bit. I have to use the loo, of course, because we just started streaming. So I'll be right back.
No worries. Oh, this kitten is just currently just sprinting around the room, chat. you have no idea. This is going to be an interesting one to do because she is just trying to find her own fun at the moment, and she's not afraid of creating trouble while she's doing it. In fact, she's half the reason I'm bleeding right now because this is not a cat cut. This is too deep to be a cat cut. At least with my cats, they're not vicious animals. What happened was, I'm going through introductions at the moment, so I have a bunch of cardboard basically taped to my to a baby gate at my door, because what you want to do is first you want to get them really familiar with each other's smell and like positively reinforce that, and then once they can eat at opposite sides of a door, or in this case the baby gate with cardboard on it, you want to pull them right back and slowly reveal the other cat while also moving them closer to that baby gate. So I was just basically cutting out another piece of cardboard, because you're supposed to, traditionally it's done with a blanket just being lifted up over time, but I couldn't get any precision with that, so I did the cardboard method instead, which is my own trademark technique. Hashtag TM, patent pending.
I'm back.
So I'm just cutting a little bit of this cardboard, and I get really impatient with the final bit because I'm cutting through several layers at this point, because I've had to tape more cardboard on and then take it off again. And I'm using like really heavy duty Gorilla Tape, so I'm just getting really impatient. I'm just pushing down on this Stanley knife, and then it pushes down, and then it shoves all the way through, and it nicks my finger, and it creates a beautiful L shape in my in my index finger. And I start shaking it because I'm in pain, because that's what I do when I'm in pain. I just start shaking it.
Oh.
And of course my walls become a Jackson Pollock painting almost immediately. So I rush, I rinse it under cold water, and I start Googling, should I be putting methylated spirits on it? It's just like, no, don't actually rub anything on it. Just rinse it and bandage it up, and then redress your wounds every however long you need to. So that's what I'm doing at the moment. I might show a doctor it after the stream if it's still causing me grief, but I should be good. Be good. So that's the story of how I cut into my tiny little finger, and there's also a Zoomy kitten going around the room, so this is going to be a fun stream.
Good stuff. Yeah, I think we can just jump into it. I don't have anything else to tell.
I got some background information for this to begin with, because it's actually kind of interesting how this film came into existence.
Go for it. Let me put some moving stuff in there. So I already prepared the first loop because I'm learning, kinda.
Fuck yeah.
So yeah, go for it.
Okay then. So, so this film was not actually originally Justice League Crisis on Two Earths.
Oh.
It was originally a film called Justice League Worlds Collide. Now, why do I make this distinction between the two? Am I just delaying the stream because they changed the title? No. No. Though I am that pedantic, but no. Because there was a little series in the early 2000s that had a sequel series that stretched into the mid to late 2000s, which was called Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, part of the DC animated universe, which has Batman the Animated Series, Superman the Animated Series, Static Shock, Batman Beyond, a couple of others. And so we got their Justice League show. Now, they had just finished their second season, and they were ramping up to do the show called Justice League Unlimited, which was going to be basically season 3 of that show, but it was being branded as a sequel series because the premise was, okay, it's the Justice League, but now they've expanded their roster considerably. So now instead of having just 7 members, they've now got like 50 members. Mm-hmm. And there's a bunch of different stories you can tell there. So this was initially going to be that bridging chapter between Justice League and Justice League Unlimited. But for whatever reason, that production fell through. The script was written, but the production fell through, and they just started up Justice League Unlimited without the bridging chapter, and it more or less worked outside of a few oddities. So there's a couple of little bits of we begin. So at the end of Justice League, they had their HQ, the Watchtower, had been destroyed, and at the beginning of the next one, they have a brand new one, which isn't too much of a stretch. But in Worlds Collide, you were supposed to see them rebuilding their space station, which we kind of see here. And also there were some oddities, like Wonder Woman did not have the invisible jet in the first 2 seasons, and then by the time of Unlimited, she inexplicably had the invisible jet without really an origin for it. We just presume she got it in between, and this was meant to be the point where we go, okay, what was the this is where we see it. So there's also a couple of other bits of there's also a couple of other holdovers in there that I'll get to when they come, but it's just interesting that this actually went on its own journey. So basically the script was kicking around, so they started after Unlimited finished. They still had the script. They were starting to do these animated films anyway, and they figured, why don't we just we can just swap out a few names here and there, maybe add a few swears and a little bit of blood, and we can just turn this into one of our upcoming animated films without much issue. So that's what they decided to do. And there's a couple of little bits and pieces in there where you can quite clearly tell, yes, this was meant to be one of the bridging things. But it also, I think it works fine as a standalone thing. Now the only other thing I want to cover is the Crime Syndicate, who are the villains of this story, because there's some interesting background with them in the comics, because it's a little bit, as with anything in comic books, it gets a little convoluted. So the Crime Syndicate, basically evil Justice League. So in the comics, they were originally from an Earth called Earth 3, but then Earth 3 was destroyed in Crisis on Infinite Earths. But then we encountered another, as the multiverse started reforming in the lead up to Infinite Crisis, the Crime Syndicate returned in the Antimatter universe, just a new version of them, returned in the Antimatter universe. So they were the literal diametric opposites of the Justice League. And now they're back in Earth 3 again, somehow, last I checked. So that's their history. It's basically like, think of Star Trek's mirror universe, and you get the idea for the Crime Syndicate Earth 3 of the Antimatter universe. That's kind of what we're going for here. So this will be fun on the bun. So let's dive in.
Oh, there you go. Well, what do you think about this one, like overall, just like short?
So it's an interesting one, because there are certain things that I thought, because obviously Multiverse is very, very difficult to there was certain things that I remembered that I was just like, this is going to be a disaster, isn't it? This is gonna, not in terms of the entire thing, but there were just certain plot points that specifically related to the multiverse, and I was just like, there's no way that can work. There's no way that can work. And I actually preempted notes for it.
Oh, look at you.
And then I rewatched it last night, and I was just like, wait a minute, what's this throwaway line? Oh, they accounted for it a little bit. Not completely, but a little bit. This bit I still need to headcanon kind of, but because this line exists, I can headcanon this bit a bit more easily. And so it's not airtight, but there are certain bits that I thought were going to be catastrophic that are instead just like head tilting. So that's kind of my summary for like the sketchy multiverse bits. I think there's a lot of very interesting thematic elements, specifically to do with one of the main villains and their motivations. And I think there's a lot of interesting character bits and pieces in here that I had some fun taking some notes on, and I also ended up going to quantum physics a little bit to see if one particular thing, which doesn't really need to be scientifically accurate anyway, but I was just really curious if they were actually, because Star Trek does this all the time, especially when you get towards the later seasons of TNG and then you go into Voyager. DS9 isn't as bad as that, but definitely later seasons of TNG and Voyager, where they'll just like throw random science words into a sentence and pray that no one knows what they mean, and that is their that's their exposition. So I was just like, are you using that correctly? So I look it up, and it's just like, oh, that they, you're not being specific about how this is being used, but if this was used in the rough way you're describing, yeah, I could see that being that. Yeah, sure. So we'll get to that when we come. Is this going to be on the test? Yes.
Yeah, you better have written everything down, because this one is not gonna stay up until we finish the test.
Yes.
Yeah. I think this one was fun. I think,
yeah.
But I think overall this is the least one I like overall from the ones we've watched so far.
Yeah, I definitely say so myself as well.
Because this one is heavy on the action side, which I don't mind. I think the action was pretty fun, for sure. I think I'm most interested to talk about the whole multiverse stuff, because I think it doesn't work at all, his plan, just by the rules we get, I think. But I think that's a discussion we can have when we get there, because I have a lot of question marks and things I had thought about where I was like, I don't think this is gonna work how you think it's gonna work, Mr. Owlman.
Yes, like there's a lot of things in there where it's like on the rewatch it worked slightly better than I thought it would, but it's still got a lot of question marks in there. And I think when I finished it, I was just like, I wish this film was longer, because there's a lot of different pieces in there that I wish were given more time to be fleshed out, because there's a lot of characters in here, a lot of
there's so many characters in here, it's insane actually.
Yeah, I got do you know about the concept of glupshito?
Glupshito, is it just isn't this like the random Star Wars name meme?
Yeah, so it's basically just like everyone has their own glupshito, where it's like a character shows up who might be from obscure from the obscure deeper lore of something, or just a favorite from another, just a favorite who might be a main character in something else. So everyone has their own glupshito, and this film has a lot of glupshitos in it, by its very name. I don't even mean that as a criticism. I just mean that it lends itself well to cameos. So every time we have a glupshito lineup, I just kind of wrote down who they're meant to be and what. And that's where a lot of the research time went into. It's just like, okay, who's this one meant to be? Who's this one meant to be? And then there were just certain ones in there. It's just like, I've got no fucking clue. It's not listed anywhere.
All right.
But I think I got most of them.
Damn. Because at some point I was like, okay, this is just random, bizarre anti-verse heroes or villains. Like, we just need them to be beat up. So it's like, yeah, it's fine. This one is a stretchy boy. That's good enough for me. Oh, this one is a DJ Electric Man or whatever. I don't know. It's fine. He's gonna get beat up. But yeah, that's it. Well, let's see. So I mean, the intro is pretty straightforward. We have Luthor, and I first wrote down Evil Joker, but then a couple of minutes later, he says he's called Jester, but it's basically this version of the Joker, but as a hero. Apparently, that's what I understand. And they are here to steal the quantum trigger. Now, there's already quantum physics going on. I mean, we don't get anything there, but we are here to steal this thing. And then they get it, and they basically say they have a chance, but they set off a silent alarm, and they're already been followed. And Jester sacrifices himself so Luthor can get away, and he has a big old bomb and explodes the whole building, basically, the insides. And as we later find out, this Martian Manhunter equivalent got killed here. The four-armed Martian Manhunter. I think he has a name. They say it, but I forgot to write it down. So there you go.
I've written it down somewhere. Let me.
Yeah.
I have every member of the crime syndicate written down just for this purpose. So let's see.
I think
yeah. Something like. Let's see. Where are you? Oh, did I forget to put it down there? Wait a minute. No, I wrote it down. It's a J apostrophe. No,
Okay.
not. Here we go. So Jackass. There we go.
Okay.
Instead
Yeah.
of Jean Jones, it's Jackass.
As I said, something with
So there's something interesting to note is that at the beginning he's good Lex Luthor
Mm-hmm.
is taking down this laser grid, and then he starts immediately like being very aggressive towards his vault. Now a normal film would just not account for the fact that this is a pretty reckless move, but this film it goes. Jester immediately goes, "What the hell are you doing?" And oh no, he goes, no. Lex just says, "No time to be subtle. Once the laser grid goes down, it trips a silent alarm." So
Yeah.
it's basically like you can be sneaky up to this point, and then you've basically just got to run and gun it because
Yeah.
there's only so long you can go before it's a necessity to trip that alarm. So that accounts for that. Yeah, and initially I thought. Oh, so because I thought the quantum trigger was the because I haven't watched this film forever, so this is more just a random thought I had while watching it that later proved to be invalid. Is that because I thought the quantum trigger was the thing that was going to allow him to jump universes, but then
No,
I very
it's for
quickly
the bomb.
remembered.
No.
Yeah, it's for the bomb.
Bomb.
But I just found because he opens up that little slot in his suit, and I'm just like, oh, so you already have like a place in the suit for this thing, and you're jumping universe. And I thought, I think my mind was spinning with all kinds of questions, and then eventually I realized, no, that's just a storage compartment in his suit. You're overthinking this. So that was a mental journey.
Yeah.
Also, when Jester's getting beat up by evil hot girl and evil Martian Manhunter, basically. His blood turns purple for 2 shots inexplicably, the blood coming from his mouth.
Oh, okay.
I just noticed that little animation error there because sometimes you pause at just the right time or you notice these things as they're happening. And
also, I couldn't find the name for the lady with the wings and the sword. I was trying, but I couldn't. Because I think I've seen her before, but I couldn't find a name.
So I actually have some background information on that that's kind of interesting because, as I said, this was original.
It's just like for the peeps out there. So they're being chased by this weird Martian Manhunter equivalent with 4 arms, and a lady with white wings and a flaming sword.
So I think that's meant to be like an evil version of Hawk Girl.
Okay.
So at the end of Justice League season 2, she left the team because she was on the team in that the first season. So she left the team at the end of that season. So I think this is meant to be, if this was originally part of that animated universe, I think that would have been like just a little chilling reminder of what had just gone down. If assuming she was still the choice for this. For this part of the film.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Fair enough. Right. So, Luthor makes his way out. He comes like out of the pipage drains or whatever. But he's being intercepted by the evil Justice League. They're called the Crime Syndicate, as we learn in a little bit. And basically we have Ultraman, which is basically Superman but with a U and evil. We got Owlman, who basically looks like Batman but in thicker armor, and he is the Batman of this Suicide Syndicate. That was a mix there. The Suicide Syndicate, the Crime Syndicate. Then. Oh yeah, those are the only 2 I could think of what it is, and then I've written down how my thought went. My best guess was the green one is some kind of Green Lantern thing, which I was spot on with. He's called Power Ring. It's a stupid name.
Who ironically doesn't have a ring.
Oh, he doesn't? I didn't even check that. That's funny. Then the yellow one, I was like, oh, it's probably the Flash kind of dealio. And when I heard his name, I fucking laughed for a minute. Because he's called Johnny Quick.
So if he's not the only character called Johnny Quick in the DC universe as well. He's only one, because there's a main universe Johnny Quick as well, who has, I think, a granddaughter named Jessie Quick as well.
No, don't do this twice. Oh, Johnny Quick. I lost my shit. That was way too funny when I heard that or checked for the name. And yeah, I had actually no clue who the lady was, but she's just called Superwoman. So yeah, there you go. She's obviously the counterpart to Wonder Woman here.
Ah, yes, but actually, there's something interesting about her is that
She's always
she
horny.
is like
We have another always horny character.
yeah, we have to keep the tradition. We have to
Yeah.
keep it up. It is requirement at this point.
True, that's true.
So she takes Wonder Woman's place on the team, but she's not actually evil Wonder Woman. She's actually an evil version of Mary Marvel.
Okay.
From Captain Marvel, or as some of you whippersnappers know it as today, Shazam. But you know, I will never call Shazam a Captain Marvel Shazam unless I'm having to clarify who I'm talking about to
Yeah.
the whippersnappers out there who don't know the first 70 years of this character's history.
Oh, so me.
Yeah, exactly. So we have the so basically you have what's called the Marvel family. So it comprises of well, the relevant members here are Captain Marvel, Mary Marvel, Captain Marvel Jr., and Uncle Marvel.
Uncle
So
Marvel.
so the reason she's called Superwoman in this is because instead of the Marvel family, it's the Super family. And instead of Captain Marvel, you've got Captain Super, Captain Super Jr., and Uncle Super. And also, inexplicably, another character called Mary Mayhem, who only appears on the screen. And that's a fuck up because that's Mary Marvel again. And the person who confirmed that name didn't realize that Superwoman was also meant to be Mary Marvel. Fortunately, that's only a blink and you miss it cameo on a screen later in the film. But I just found the fuck up very interesting.
Oh, it's probably on the screen when they explain the whole tree before they start attacking everyone, I would guess.
Yeah, so that's it came up in my extensive research on who each individual member of the crime syndicate is.
No.
Which I'll bring up as basically they come up.
Yeah, sure.
Our glupshito counts.
Glupshito counts, yeah. But before Luthor can be captured, he gets a device, points it at them. They're like, "Oh no, it's a weapon!" But it's actually a teleportation device that brings him to another universe. Oh no! And he goes to our Earth universe.
Yeah.
I don't know which one that is. In this one, I have no idea.
Yeah, and this one is pretty. It seems pretty well, I say decentralized, but decentralized in the sense that the universe that our heroes are on is not the main universe. It is just a universe, which I like. I'm a fan of that. Not that you can't do interesting things when your heroes are on the main universe. It's just kind of like, you know, it's more realistic to have it not be the main one. But something I noticed with this scene, I'm just thinking like, you've got a team with Johnny Quick on it, Powering, Ultraman, and any of these people could probably take him down before he had time to teleport away as soon as he pulls out the device.
Yeah.
Like, say they wanted to brag ahead of time. It's just like, you're so nothing. We have time. We totally have time to just like lord over you while while you're escaping. As soon as he pulls it out, it's not that one of them could have just gone and just gotten rid of him right there and then. So I would have tweaked the scene so that he's like fucking with it behind his back, so the teleportation is a complete surprise, rather than just like, oh my god, what's that? And then he teleports away. Also, I really like Jester's last line, which is, I'm down to my last joke anyway, but this one will kill you, and then he suicide bombs himself.
And he does a good old double kill. He does a kill.
Yeah.
I just assume she died as well because she's never been brought up again. So.
Yeah, I assume so. Like if the Martian, actually, because I was just gonna say if the Martian Manhunter equivalent died, that would be that would make sense. But then I remember Martian Manhunter's weakness is fire, so maybe it's not as much of a guarantee. But then again, explosion more. I don't know her power set in this universe because they kind of vary a little bit from the mainstream one. So let's presume she's dead until proven otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter to the story. I just assume she died with the other one.
Yeah.
So yeah, we get a little title sequence, which is kind of nice. Just have some multiple Earths and stuff, and the characters just kind of neat to look at. But yeah, we're now back. Or I say back. We for the first time we are in our universe, or our heroes' universe, and the Justice League seem to have just built their space station, or as Batman says later, is a satellite apparently. But this is going to be their base of operations from now on. But it's still being built. It's not ready yet, but we are getting there.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's like nothing crazy happening here. It's just little character stuff. Just some little bands. Like Superman fly apart into space to the station. Green Lantern is bolting some stuff tight with his ring. Wonder Woman carries something into a socket. Batman does like his beep boop computer stuff because he can't lift that heavy stuff. What
I like about the scene is that it's like we've already got immediate synergy between their powers as a team. You got Superman's strength, and then of course Green Lantern complements that with his constructs, and Batman is the brains and the money, and he starts fucking with the Flash by just sucker teleporting him. What else do I have written down for this scene?
I have some bands here. It's like Flash is still on Earth. He's just waiting for a test to commence for this teleportation device Batman built. And Flash was like, "Oh, you sure it's gonna work?" And Batman's just pretty sure. It's like, pretty sure, and then he just uses it. It's like, you crazy. This guy is crazy.
Well, the best part is he steals his pretzel immediately when he teleports.
Yeah, the Flash asks if he really thinks bats would do this. Wonder Woman asks Flash if he really thinks if he would do this if he didn't know this would work. And Flash says, "Oh, I don't think he likes me very much." And then Martian Manhunter just says, "I don't think he likes anyone that much."
So I want all the viewers at home, you're taking notes for the test right now. So I want you all to write down this scene because it will become actually relevant later, surprisingly enough. This scene, this very casual scene is actually kind of has a through line going through to the end of the film. So you gotta keep an eye out for that with your detective vision right there. So this is kind of one of the first holdovers we see. Well, outside the Hot Girl one, is that they're building this satellite. In the context of this movie, this is just their HQ they're building. But in the context of the original show, they would have been rebuilding the space station after the old one was destroyed during the Thanagarian invasion at the end of the season 2 of Justice League. So it's just an interesting, tiny little note there. Oh yeah, so you covered everything else pretty well here. So we can move on to good old Lex Luthor showing up.
Yeah. Also, Wonder Woman asks Batman at some point, what does all this cost, Bruce? And he just says, "I don't like to think about it."
Oh yeah, I forgot that. I did actually write. I don't like to think about. I love that.
Wait, I had something written down because I was wondering just about, where is it? God damn it! I think I scrolled through it. I don't want to think about it. Oh yeah, because I just always wonder, like especially with those super huge projects, how is it like anywhere explained how they do the whole funding thing? Because it's probably going to be funded with Bruce Wayne funds. Is it like anything anywhere in comics is like, oh yeah, Bruce Wayne just actively supports the Justice League with all this money? Because it's like the only thing I could think of that would make sense.
So there's a couple of explanations. Like a lot of shell companies, I think, is like a what they use for an explanation in a pinch. But there was a storyline called Batman Incorporated, which was
No.
after Batman came back to life after Final Crisis, erdy herdy her. He as Bruce Wayne publicly revealed that he had been funding Batman's operations this entire time.
Okay.
And he was now starting a company called Batman Incorporated, which would ensure there was a Batman in every city across the US, I think,
Oh, okay.
or maybe across the world even. But I think maybe implicitly, if you go with that logic, you might be able to say, "Oh yeah, Bruce Wayne's funding the Justice League." Otherwise, a shit tillion shell companies, and Bruce Wayne also has to be like at least in the top 5 richest men on planet Earth.
Yeah. No, it's just something I wondered in general. Oh yeah, and also I like that there's like just a random camera now sitting on the beach somewhere with no one doing anything with it. You'll see Flash on the screen. It's just like, yep, gonna teleport you out now. That camera lives there now. I just found that funny.
Also, I like how it looks like Superman is lifting a giant USB to the Watchtower there.
And he puts it in first try. That's probably the most impressive part about it.
He really is Superman.
He is. Goddamn. What a
That's
Chad.
his real power.
What a Chad. But yeah. Oh yeah. Other universe Luthor, or good Luthor, appears in the middle of the street. Luthor. And yeah, 2 cars crash into him, but he has like a shield going on, and he's like, "Oh, good morning. It's where's the nearest police station?"
He's so polite.
He's very polite. Also, I'm pretty sure those lads who crashed into him are from the John Wick universe because they don't have a scratch.
Very well, this is universe hopping adventure.
Yeah.
We can imagine.
Cars don't do damage in this universe. But yeah, he goes to the station, and they're like, "Oh shit, it's Luthor! What the fuck?" And just point their gun at him, because they think it's the evil Luthor from their universe. And it was like, can you contact the Justice League, please? And the policeman just goes like, "Or else?" And Luthor's like, "I will destroy the world." Does that work? Is that enough?
I love how he's like, because he's obviously done his research on this universe ahead of time, so he is so nonchalant and so aware of his status in this universe that he doesn't even really need to play the part. He just needs to like go through the motions, and Justice League will show up no matter what. Also, when he goes into the police station, I don't know why this made me giggle, but it does. The police officer is reading a newspaper, and the headline is just "Stock Market Plummets Again." I don't know why that got a giggle out of me, but it did. It's just such a defeated newspaper headline.
Yeah. So yeah, they contact Superman in space. I don't know how he talks back in space. I don't know how Superman's voice works in space, but that's the thing that happens.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just written down superhero stuff. Am I right?
Yep.
So yeah, he just says like, "Yeah, I'm on my way," basically, and then Superman, Flash, and Wonder Woman go to the police station, where he's just sitting there, completely naked. It's like,
as you could see, I am completely unarmed.
I'm completely unarmed.
He's just, and of course they brought the Flash along so we can say this line, which is, "Whoa!" and they call me the Flash.
Call me the Flash, yeah.
Oh god, it is funny.
It's like how the conversation goes, because Luthor starts, "Oh, this might be unbelievable," and Superman checks him out with his supervision. It's like, "Oh, you're from another universe." It's like, "Oh, how did you know that?" "Oh, your organs are reversed, and also our Luthor is still in his cell." It's like, "Oh, okay, that checks out."
Oh, neat. So this is kind of interesting because this kind of implies that in this universe, this implies that they've already done
Yeah.
maybe a multiverse adventure at this point. So Superman already knows what to look for as far as like explanations, because it seems like they've been around the block a couple of times at this point, which would make sense when we consider again this was meant to be that tie-in film, because in Justice League, because in that Justice League series, they have actually encountered another version of the Justice League before this point, called the Justice Lords. The main difference between them and the Crime Syndicate is that the Justice Lords are more literal parallel universe versions of the Justice League, who split off at a certain point and became more authoritarian, while the Crime Syndicate were just baddies from the beginning. So the Justice Lords are what if the Justice League turned bad, and the Crime Syndicate are what if the Justice League were always bad and all the dynamics in that universe were flipped completely. So that's kind of the main difference there. So from that point of view, of course, Superman would know what to look for as far as alternate universe people would go. In fact, this would be the first version of alternate Luthor he would have met. Because of events in that story.
Good stuff. Yeah, now Luthor doesn't need to do any explaining. He wants to stand up, and Superman goes like, stop. He's like, huh? Pants. And just looks down. Oh.
I think I've written down here in relation to that line, Superman has very intentionally not been using his X-ray vision on that table.
Yeah.
One thing I would have thrown in there a little bit extra is just to have someone investigate the Luthor in his cell to see that he's not a clone robot or imposter, just to make double sure that this is not their Luthor.
Yeah. I guess we do that when we're already in the base, because Martian Manhunter's like, I read his mind, he's telling the truth. It's like, okay. But yeah, they just bring him to the Justice League quarters. Justice League base. Fuck, why did I write quarters? What is wrong with me?
I brought you to my quarters, Luthor. We're going to do a very thorough investigation.
Luthor tells them that in his world, he was the leader of the Justice League. Or at least he was. Because they all been systematically killed by the Crime Syndicate, which is a group of superhuman beings, as he puts it. Which actually... that's what he says, right? And they basically took control over the world. Authorities tried to just basically ignore them because, well, they can't do shit against them because they don't have superpowers. But they're getting to a point where they won't be refused anymore, or they refuse to be ignored anymore.
Just read this comic, Headquarters, where head happens.
Oh, nice. And then they basically go like, yeah, all right, leave. We need to talk. Which, in theory, I really like they do it. But this is one of the points where it's like, we need like a couple of extra minutes with this scene.
Yes.
Because it feels really empty until Batman starts to talk.
Yeah, because it kind of, they rush through it a little bit here.
It felt kind of unnatural. Because it goes like, I don't trust him. I never met Luthor I liked. Oh, but you said he's not ours. And then Martian Manhunter goes, oh, I read his mind and he's telling the truth. And Green Lantern says something along those lines. Oh, this might be out of our jurisdiction. And then Wonder Woman, oh, I don't know what we're talking about this. We always help people. Of course we will help. And then Superman goes like, oh, yeah, okay, let's do it. It's like, oh, that was it? Okay, that's kind of lame.
Yeah, like I like what they're doing at this scene in concept, because we have the dynamic of what do I have written down here? So Green Lanterns, because Green Lanterns are basically police officers just on a cosmic scale. So he's thinking like a cop, like what is our jurisdiction here? So he's kind of being a bit more pragmatic. Wonder Woman is the is the one who's just like, of course we help without even a second thought. Superman, he's kind of at the halfway point between the two, where he needs a a little bit more reassurance, because he's trying to think about, okay, well, we have our own Earth. We need to think about that, but we also listen to people in need because that's what we do. And I think that's all like very in keeping with who they are. It's just I
Yeah.
would like a little back and forth before.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah. And I imagine that might also be a holdover from the other one, because if it's from the because if this was a more established Justice League, you would imagine the back and forth would be we would already know a lot about their characters at this point, so there would be less of a need to flesh them out at this point of the timeline. But because these are fresh versions, we should probably be getting a lot more here. Though, it's a good on paper, it's a good scene. It just needs a little bit more meat to the bones.
Yeah, exactly.
As far as dialogue, yeah.
Because Batman has been keeping out of this conversation and just says, "Yeah, no, not this time." And all of them is like, "What?" And he goes on to explain, "Well, we have already a lot on our plate here. Our base is not even finished. We need to do that. We're also understaffed, and yeah, our duties may lie within Earth, but that means basically our Earth and not someone else's." And it's like, oh man, that's some really, really good points. But then Superman just says, "No, you," and then they do it.
Yeah, so this is actually at the start of another kind of thread that kind of implicitly, mostly implicitly goes through the film, but it kind of becomes explicit by the end, which is the Justice League is really understaffed, and they're really not equipped to deal with the increasingly huge threats that are coming their way. As far as they've got so many missions. Like Batman points out, they're barely. There's a specific line here. He's just like, yes. So Superman says, "Our first responsibility is to the Earth." Batman says, "Yes, our Earth, and we don't even have enough manpower to do that properly." And Superman's like, "Fair enough, but we're talking about millions of people. We can't just turn our backs. We have to go." So the idea here is that Batman is very aware that there are so many things happening just in this universe alone.
Yeah, we can't really deal with another universe right now, even though it's probably the right thing to do. Probably not the best thing to do in their own interest.
Yeah, exactly. You can't save everyone.
Earth's interest, I should say, because I don't think Batman would be hesitant to help in this thing if they had enough people around.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's not the fact that he doesn't want to help. It's just like, fuck me. We have a literal universe of problems already on our plate, and now
you're all gonna leave for another universe.
Who is ruled by supervillains, no less.
Which I thought is gonna trigger events in this universe, that this Earth is gonna go to shit for a while. Hence the title, Crisis on Two Earths.
Yeah.
But that's not really happening. Like, we don't do anything on our Earth, basically.
Yeah, it's one of those things that would have been... it's one of the... I understand why it didn't happen, because we do see... Oh, spoiler alert. We do see that there are more than just the 7 kicking around on Earth, so they're probably mopping up. But the Justice League as an organization is specifically too stretched thin. But it would have been interesting to see a little bit more. Again, it's one of those, one of the many things that it's like, I really like what you're doing here. I just want more of what you're doing, because it's really neat what you're putting on the table. It's just that it's having to share the table with so many other things.
Pretty much. And while all this is happening, Luthor's just pacing back and forth in front of the door, and he hides the quantum trigger behind a little terminal or something. And it's just waiting for the decision, and they come out. It's like, okay, we cool. Let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah, how do you feel about him hiding the quantum trigger up on the space station yourself?
We have to infer a lot for his decision to make fully sense. Because obviously he wants to hide it somewhere. That makes sense. I I would probably gone to like Batman or whoever is gonna stay back. It's like, hey, this thing is the thing that's gonna destroy Earth. Can you like keep that safe somewhere and not put it behind a shelf, basically?
Yeah.
If we assume he made that decision so nobody knows where it is, really, it kind of works, but I don't know. I don't think it's the smart thing to do. If you have like Justice League headquarters here and you know the Justice League from your universe, I think he should be convinced he can trust these people and just go like, here, this is very important, hide this somewhere. Or keep it safe, or whatever. I don't think putting it behind some shelves or a terminal rather is the smart thing to do.
Yeah, because I'm kind of like, I need an extra step in here because I think there's a lot of elements of the hiding place that actually make sense. Like, he's not hiding it on Earth because there's too many variables down on Earth. There's he doesn't know most of the he knows literally nobody down there. And he can't just, hide it somewhere there. He hides it up in space, however, on a space station that's run by the greatest heroes on Earth. It's much safer in those hands. But I can also understand him not wanting anyone to actually know what it is or where it is, because, there are telepaths and stuff that could just rip that information, even if he could 100% know that he trusts these guys, which I think he might be 95%, but when it comes to something that can literally destroy a universe, you kind of don't want that 5% to be the thing that makes or breaks it, which is why I need an extra step, because his hiding place is retarded. He needs to find. He just basically dumps it behind a panel, which could easily be found. Like, obviously, like, it's not sticking out or anything, but it needs to. It's not even an inconvenience to retrieve. It should be like he sticks it in an air vent, or like in this, like, just he basically he should like have a scene where he downloads the blueprints, finds the most obscure place on the station to kind of wedge it, and then he puts it in a locking device so that it's not. There needs to be there's a couple of barriers that he needs to put in the way of this of this thing, but. That was but I think you're much like his trust of the Justice League. He's about 95% of the way there. It's just that 5% kind of irks me.
It's an interesting way to hide it. Right, let's see. We got Schlippos. The Schlippos are on their way.
So we got our glup shittos. Here we go.
This is going to be a long loop. This is probably the longest action sequence.
Oh, yes. Boom, boom, boom. So Batman stays behind to keep an eye on things, which actually makes the hiding place somewhat safer, in the sense that only one human being in that universe actually could find it. Not that it makes the hiding place justified. It's just something that I noted, that if anyone were to find it, it would only be Batman, and there would be less variables to toy with, which again only bumps it up to like 96% for me, or maybe 95.5. But I just I always like to be fair when I'm criticizing, and that's going to be my little caveat there. For fairness. Also, Luthor says that he already has a plan, and he's a genius, so of course he already has a plan, which is why I wish he found a fucking better fucking hiding place for that fucking quantum trick. So they teleport over, and now for the glup shitto lineup. Do. So Owlman, Superwoman, already covered those.
Let me set the stage, maybe. So we see the Syndicate checking out a place. I just realized something, because I wrote down, I think it's like the Justice League base. I just saw the scene, and there's like a big sign the one lady picks up that says JL. So that is the Justice League base. So I'm glad I figured that out right now. But yeah, they find data about how Luthor found out how to multiverse travel, and Mr. Owlman wants that data. And we also see that Superwoman and Owlman are apparently pretty close. And then we basically see the Justice League teleporting in, and we have a big old brawl.
Yeah.
The Superman Owlboy, we have Superwoman Owlboy here. And there's like this whole assortment of random villains, evil versions of heroes, whatever. This is what I wrote down. We got a stretchy boy. We got a lady that transforms into animals. We get a weird DJ that does like sound waves, I think. A black dude with electric powers. A ninja. Hypnosis lady, I think. And yeah, Meme, the stage is yours. Go ahead.
Okay, so we have the electric guy is called Black Power, who is the evil version of Black Lightning. We have Psy, who is the evil version of Cheshire, though I think Cheshire is normally an antagonist anyway, so this is, I guess, the more pure evil version. We have Model Citizen. So Cheshire, Psy is the one with the Psy weapons. So it's just so we're clear. And the mask, the big mask. So Model Citizen is the evil version of a hero called Looker. So she's the hypnotist lady. So yes, you see, Psy was right there. She has the puffy thing on her neck. We have Aurora, which is an evil version of a hero called Halo. We have
Halo.
So maybe we should call the new Showtime Halo show Aurora, just so we know that it's the evil show. We have the Extruded Man, who is an evil punk rocker version of Elongated Man. Guess which one he is?
There's some funny names in DC. It's great.
Yeah, I love it. I would never ask them to change it because it would just, it would break my heart. To just have all that camp taken away from me. So we have Breakdance, who is an evil version of Vibe. He's got all the vibration powers and he does the little dance. And we've got Vamp, who's the evil version of Vixen. Now she's interesting because Vixen, so she's the one who transforms into animals in this particular thing, but in the main universe, she doesn't transform into animals. She just has a magic necklace totem thing that gives her like the characteristics of an animal. So let's just say she taps it, you see like a big, I guess, magical hologram of a rhino kind of wash over her, and then she has the ability to charge like a rhino. So that kind of thing where she takes on the characteristics of an animal, but she can only do it like one at a time. But in this case, they made her more like Beast Boy, where she transforms physically into each animal. So it's kind of an interesting contrast. And Vixen would eventually go on to have a big role in the Justice League Unlimited show, which kind of makes me wonder if that was meant to be like this was supposed to be their lead into that. And then finally, the woman who can phase through anything is called Gypsy Woman, who is an evil version of Gypsy.
Wait.
They were really straining to come up with an evil name for this character.
Yeah, apparently so.
Something to note here is that the Crime Syndicate has way more members than the Justice League.
They're overstaffed, if anything. They have lots of people.
Damn straight. Superwoman's romance with Owlman might actually also be a holdover, because in Justice League and then Justice League Unlimited, Batman and Wonder Woman had kind of this will they, won't they thing, which actually they really worked to make work. It was quite cute.
Well, there you go. There's your schlippos, everyone.
Yeah.
That's not the last of them, though. There's more. Oh, shit. Where was I? All right. So, yeah, they have all the big old brawl. Also, I can't just show it. I mean, it can kind of see it in the background, but, just go watch it. It's fun brawls. They're funtisms. But yeah, they kind of overwhelm them for the most part, and they're about to escape. And Luthor mentions shortly before that they already called in the cavalry, and they will be attacked by the Made Men. and they're almost as tough as Superwoman, I think he says. Yeah.
Yeah. Something before we move on, I just have a couple of notes about the fight
Oh
itself
yeah, go
because
ahead.
we kind of see what I like is that we immediately get a demonstration of, okay, how does Lex Luthor of this universe, how has he survived this long? And we immediately see that his suit has been really specialized to deal with these particular forms of metahumans, which, again, much like his plan to hide the quantum trigger, is about a 95%. It convinces me 95%, but then the 5%, which is his uncovered head, completely breaks it. Because
I'm pretty sure I've
everyone
seen a
goes for
Luthor
his...
with a helmet before. I'm pretty sure that that version exists.
Yeah,
Right?
I think they did it on Supergirl. I'm pretty sure. But even if they want to keep the face uncovered, all you need is a little force field that goes
Yeah.
around the head, and you would still have the same look. But anytime they try to attack the face, it just like appears as a little thing. So but no, instead, like Superwoman grabs him and just starts punching him in the chest instead of putting her fist through his head. And it's
Yeah.
just like, oh, okay, lady, okay. And then something I like is they combo Flash's super speed with Extruded Man's stretchiness,
Yeah.
and Flash literally gets him to tie it. We're seeing it right on screen
It's
right now. I think a little bit that he gets him to tie himself up into knots, which I just
go,
thought,
chat.
oh, that's a very good way to there.
And he's very happy with his work.
Yeah, and then immediately he is set upon by Evil Looker, or what was her name? Model Citizen. And then she starts mind controlling him, and then he's just like, wait, this is like the Jedi mind trick, and of course she just goes, this is not like the Jedi mind trick.
Yeah.
And then a little bit later on in the fight, they face the gypsy woman who has the phasing powers, and she tries to like do things in Lex Luthor, but then Martian Manhunter, who also has phasing powers, goes, "Hey, stop that!" And he's just very,
Oh yeah.
he's very like,
stop that.
It's like he's just telling off like his child from misusing his toys or something.
Yeah. Also, Green Lantern beats the scissor with a stone, like rock paper
Oh yeah,
scissors.
I think he says like, "Oh, I played this game before."
Yeah. I just see it on screen. Just put a stone out there. I've written it down later in my notes, but can I just mention again how creative the usage of the Green Lantern is here?
Yep.
Man.
Snyder, what the fuck were you doing?
No. Oh, yeah, there you go. It's like, man, they do the green beams, yeah, but that's one of the things they do. It's like,
Yes.
goddamn, what are we doing? Anyway.
Like, you can use your green lasers. It's nice to combo it up. You use it when it makes sense, but then you can, like, I don't know, you can use like a little green, I don't know, staple gun, or like Hal Jordan likes making boxing gloves and fists. Oh,
Yeah.
good timing. That's one of many things that's, and each lantern probably has their own preference for which constructs they like more, and they all have different ways of creating constructs. It's all very interesting and it's good to explore, and there's been like none of that in the live action space. So
Nope.
just nice to see it. Nice to see it. In the original version of this, it would have been the John Stewart Green Lantern, because that's the Green Lantern we had in that show. But because Hal Jordan was rising back into popularity at this time, they just swapped him out for Hal Jordan, who is actually my. I think John Stewart's a close second, but Hal Jordan's definitely my favorite. And, I think a large part of that is just due to the fact that my favorite run has him as the protagonist, and they really do a lot of cool stuff with him there. So that's always a fun one. And I'm always like, and people are just like, why don't they make a Green Lantern movie with John Stewart as the main character? And it's just like, because John Stewart doesn't have all the iconic stories. That's why.
Okay. Shame.
Yeah.
But yeah, now they're ready to escape from this Justice League base, but they have to realize they're all the way up in the air. Well, the Flash has to realize that because all the other ones can fly. And we, oh man, we get like a really funny frame, really a couple of funny frames. I don't know why they decided to do it that way. Shit, what's the shortcut for next frame on VLC? I forgot.
Alt F4.
Funny.
It's an old but a goodie.
Someone actually made me do that on a stream at some point. The first time. I was completely absented. I was absent of mind. I was just looking at something like, oh, what was the shortcut again? And then I just saw it on stream. It's like, oh, I might as well try it. And like when I touched the F4, it's like, you motherfucker. You actually made me do it. You piece of shit.
To be fair, I could imagine myself doing that if I was like, when you divide your mental resources up enough amongst enough different tasks, you kind of just stop critically thinking about the things you're told.
Okay, apparently it's just E. It's just a singular button. Okay, so let's see. So everyone flies away, and Flash just starts running as he does because he's a runner, and then he runs, and then VLC does his thing.
Dun 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 dun.
And you see it's here, it's like, oh, what's going on there? Oh my god, VLC, why now? You've been so oh my god. So then he enters a void of death. So yeah, and then why are you doing this? VLC, you're ruining the joke or the funny. Why are you doing this? No, this is like the best part. Fuck. Oh man, VLC, I thought we were homies.
Everyone start spamming memes.
God damn it. Okay, let's see here. Let me get there. He runs. Right, there we go. So as you see him here, just look at him just spinning around when I go frame by frame. He's like this, and then whoop, 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 whoop. I'm pretty sure it's 3 frames, and they just made the move. It looks really funny. It goes like whoa, 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 whoa.
I see what you mean. Oh, yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, because he looks so unfazed from this because he's just like, oh no. And then we zoom out, and when you look at the bottom here, where my mouse is, here, this is where he is. And he goes like, and you can see still see those pictures go round and round. It's just really funny.
Oh, it's like 3 pixels, but they went the extra mile. And also, it's worth noting that because there is no real risk of collateral damage here, the Justice League is more than willing to just plow out through the stage left, which is good. It's good to note that they are willing to just smash through walls when there are no consequences for it, but when there are, they will be more careful. Meanwhile, the Crime Syndicate are never careful with how they do it. They are basically Snyder people.
They're Snyder people. Yeah. The good old Snyder people.
Yep.
Yeah, they try to escape, but they be followed by Owlman with his owl jet, I guess. Shoots some rockets at them, shoots them with a machine gun. They basically have like a dogfight with Owlman. He's just trying to shoot them. They're just flying around doing all the shenanigans. And yeah, because Lantern, as a carry Flash, needs to take care of that while he's also having to fight the other ones, because I think Superwoman is on her way as well there.
With her maid
and also
men.
The maid men are cumin as well. So they attack and they breach Lantern's defense, and he has to let go of Flash, so he's just falling for a little bit. Just ignore he's there. They get him a little bit, but he's falling while they're fighting. Yeah, there's like all kinds of shenanigans going. Maid men are arriving. They have like a little electricity cloud with them. Superman has to fight Superwoman and a maid man, if I'm remembering correctly. He said
and Owlman a little bit.
Yeah. Wonder Woman goes onto Owlman's plane. and this is where we see that Owlman can go hand to hand with Wonder Woman, and that's his special suit that he has here, because you can hear some mechanical whirring, whirring. That's easy for me to say.
I have a note here just saying I think it's I'll just read it, like very satisfying mechanical servo sounds for Owlman's exosuit, because it demonstrates how is this version of, like, because obviously he is like the evil Batman, so how does this version of this character get to his level, and what differences does he have? Well, one of the main ones is he can totally go toe to toe with the other ones. His exosuit allows him to basically match their strength, because he can just restrain Wonder Woman, which is no easy task.
No.
He just does it pretty. He doesn't look like he's going through much effort, because the suit is just like zoop, 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 and he just it takes a little bit for her to struggle free from that. But I have a lot of little funny notes. I'll cover the ones that I'll cover it up to the Wonder Woman bit, I think, because I will allow you to still do the thing recappy thing. I'm going off 4 hours of sleep here, so my brain is like trying to rub neurons together.
That's okay.
So what was it? Oh yeah, I love that Hal catches Barry with just a green baseball mitt. That's just funny.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Owlman has bullets that can hurt Superman. That's pretty hardcore. And I'm trying to decide if him not being able to hit Wonder Woman is bullshit or not. Because initially I was just like, wait, how are you missing? You have computer targeting, and then I'm just like, maybe the aim is spot on, but because he's never fought Wonder Woman before, he might be having trouble compensating for the speed and change in direction in her flight. But there was a couple of things I was thinking about with just like and this is only like a few shots, so it's not like a big part of the movie, but it was just like it was something I was thinking about, which is it bullshit, is it not bullshit? Because there are elements that can play into that are a little bit implicit, that because you see them dodging right there, and it gets pretty close, and I'm just wondering, like, is that just because he hasn't? Does he prefer to aim manually? He is the kind of guy, because he does say later on that he doesn't trust anyone but himself. Does that apply to like computer? Like he only likes to, I don't know. There's a few ways. I might be reading way too much into that, but that's just something I like. Oh, and he also goes, when he grabs Wonder Woman, he goes, "Get off my plane," in a very Harrison Ford like way.
Before he shoots her with his gun.
Yeah.
Get off my plane.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then we have the confirmation, because the made men arrive, I think, which we're seeing on screen, and we have the confirmation that this is the Super family. We have the Glipshido lineup of Captain Super, Captain Super Jr., and Uncle Super.
Oh, those are supers. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, those
I don't think we ever get a name for them. They're just called made men. That's
they're basically the Shazam Captain Marvel equivalents.
Okay. Gotcha.
So that's why they have all the lightning powers.
Right. So where were? Oh, right. Yeah, Wonder Woman and Owlman fight a little bit, but Wonder Woman manages to kick Owlman off the plane, and you can just see him glide down to the ground because he can't fly without his plane. So he just goes like whee, takes this little glider and goes home, and there's just all more fighting. Wonder Woman basically steals the plane now. That's her plane now. That's a Justice League plane now. Don't mention it. And
she gives like a little look after she kicks Owlman off of just like, nice plane. I think I'll keep it.
I'll keep that. And she does. They bring it back to their universe as well at the end. Spoilers, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, they just all fight some more. They get a little bit of space between everyone, and Wonder Woman picks them all up with the plane one by one. I mean, I don't really have anything specific written down. They just beat each other up for a while until Wonder Woman comes around and shoots the two supers away from Superman, and then she picks them up a little bit. Oh yeah, Luthor also mentions like, oh, this has a cloaking device. You might want to find that. And then you see Flash just running around in the cockpit like a wild man. It's like, there it is. Touches this like, found it. Click. What does it do?
So they specifically call it a chameleon circuit, which, if I'm not mistaken, might actually be a Doctor Who reference, because that is because the chameleon circuit is like, because the TARDIS is meant to basically take on the appearance of something in its environment as a cloaking mechanism. So it's called the chameleon circuit, but it got stuck as a blue police box. And wouldn't you know it, when they cloak using this chameleon circuit, oh no, it accidentally stays invisible and can't turn uninvisible. Oh no, the Wonder Woman is flying an invisible plane permanently.
Oh. But yeah, they all get picked up. They get in the plane. They can't be seen anymore. And then Superman's like, strafe the skies. And then they do their thunderstorm ultimate attack. But it doesn't really do anything. They get like kind of hit and fries the circuit for the chameleon circuit. So now it stays invisible forever.
Oh no.
And yeah, they escape for now. Was it established she could fly a plane? I don't know. Apparently she can. It was established in this movie, but
there's nothing contradicting it.
Yeah, I think it's.
Oh, actually, it makes sense because her boyfriend is a pilot.
Oh, there you
go. Because Steve Trevor. So maybe there's if you obviously there's nothing confirmed or denied in this universe, but if you there's nothing contradicting her having that skill. But if you look into larger lore, it's actually there's an intuitive component to it.
I just accepted you can do it. I don't know. I thought you have to learn it when you're in the Justice League or whatever. I don't know. I didn't even question it, to be honest.
Actually, you would have to, thinking about it, because they have like the javelins that they go out on space missions with, so they're basically planes.
So yeah, they get away, and then we see a crime syndicate meeting. That's cool. Get to see the Evil League do some talky talks. Just need to get there in the thing. So
yeah, what I like about this is that we're getting the logistics of how this organization works. Where they're not just like, "Ooh, we're evil," and we sit around the table doing evil things. They're just like, "Okay, so we just lost Jackass. What are we going to do with his made men? What are we going to do with his territory? Do we redistribute his territory? What have you?" And then we also get into like things like, oh, we're spending $30 billion a year on government. But I'll let you do the recap there first, and then we can kind of.
I don't have them as like you have them.
Okay, so
I just written down. The Syndicate have a meeting. They decide what to do with one of their fallen comrades, which is the Martian Manhunter guy. With his powers, or rather his turf, because every evil Justice League Syndicate member, they have their own turf and their own men and everything that are below him, and they somehow at the end you get to the conclusion that Owlman can keep the men for now, because apparently he just needs them, because which is a much more the most interesting part to the plot, I would probably say, is that Owlman has developed a weapon, the Quantum Eigenstate Device, or QED. And I wrote down, it does some bullshit, which does things with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. So yeah, listen. I looked at the wiki page for like a minute. It said things with quantum physics and particles and shit. It's like, I don't know. They do science shit. And that's how they counter the nuclear threat from the government, okay? I gave up immediately. Like, I was just like, Owlman is smart. He does supervillain shit.
Meanwhile, I doubled down with my notes, and I am going to figure out how this can be turned into a doomsday weapon, or so help me God.
Also, maybe just before you go into that, yeah, you mentioned already they got like 30 billion of government funds or whatever, like corrupt funds, so bribes and shit. So yeah, they're like kind of intertwined with some parts of the government, and yeah, go ahead. You double down. Go ahead. Explain it for my tiny penis brain.
Okay, so we're going to start with I will transition into quantum physics, but I want to start with the crime syndicate logistics. So I just find it we haven't mentioned that they accept $30 billion that they give $30 billion per year in government bribes. So I just find it fascinating that we have like there's this evil supervillain team, and they're talking about the budget for that quarter, basically. But it's not like legitimate stuff. It's just like, oh, how much are we bribing people?
Yeah,
because we want to keep more of this. We want to keep more of this to, I don't know, build like penis lasers or whatever the fuck we do here.
Nice.
Only the highest class of comedy here. So the idea of, because usually you get like doomsday devices that are built because I'm evil. While for this one, there's an element of that, but it's mainly but there's like a cause and effect reason. So in this case, it is like the reason they're doing $30 billion in government bribes is because to affect a totalitarian regime on the government would mean incurring the wrath of nuclear retaliation. So basically, the government's like, we're going to turn a blind eye here. You can do your shit there, but you're not getting full control. Like, you don't go past this line, or we have every nuke on planet Earth pointed at your head, and we will fucking use them, and we know where you live. That sort of thing. So that's the reason that they're having that. They kind of have this like loose kind of like balance between government and crime syndicate going on. But again, that's $30 billion down the drain every single year, all to keep those fucking government hicks in line. So there's just like, we need something more devastating than a nuclear device that we can basically, they're developing a gun to point at the head of planet Earth and saying, you do what we want or we pull the trigger. So we have the device that you just mentioned that I never wrote down once the name in my notes because I'm a dum-dum.
They just call it QED. They say the full name once. It's the quantum eigenstate device.
Excellent. So the way they describe it is that it has a Heisenberg uncertainty override, which when activated has the potential for huge destructive potential. And I was just like, wait a minute, Heisenberg uncertainty override, that is a reference to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. So what is the Heisenberg uncertainty principle? Well, kids, get out your notepads. This is going to be on the test later. So basically just so reduced down to its most basic level, or at least the most basic description I could find, because every advanced description I could find made my head hurt. It basically states that that there are limits. I'm just going to read this verbatim because I don't want to paraphrase something as complex as this. So it basically states that there are limits. There are limits to the precision in which we can measure the position and the momentum. There are limits to how we can't measure the position and momentum of quantum particles with absolute precision. The more accurately we know one of these values, so the more accurately we know the position, the less accurately we know the momentum, and vice versa. And the reason for this is because once you get to a certain level, once you get to a certain level of measurement, the very act of measuring, and I'm not even talking about using instruments, I'm talking about you look at it and the photons bounce off your eyeball and go into the thing, and the fact that the photons are being redirected by you looking at it causes a different outcome. So you can't actually accurately measure. You can only do rough estimates after a certain point. And I'm just going to read this quote here now. So one way to think about the uncertainty principle is an extrusion of how we see and measure things in the everyday world. You can read these words. So imagine I'm reading this script right now. You read these words because particles of light bounce photons. Particles of light, photons, have bounced off the screen or paper and reached your eye. Each photon on that path carries with some information about the surface it has bounced from at the speed of light. Seeing a subatomic particle, such as an electron, is not so simple. You might similarly bounce a photon off of it and then hope to detect the photon with an instrument, but chances are that the photon will impart some of its momentum to the electron as it hits and charge the path of the particle you are trying to measure. Or else, given that quantum particles often move so fast, the electron may no longer be in the place it was when the photon originally bounced off of it. Either way, your observation of either position or momentum will be inaccurate, and more important, the act of observation affects the particle being observed. Now, at this point, you might be questioning, like, how the fuck does this translate into a doomsday weapon? Well, there are larger ramifications to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, because this is just kind of like, how does it affect stuff in the laboratory and stuff? And this kind of is just a good way to kind of explain what it means generally. But when you go into the larger ramifications, but apparently the Heisenberg uncertainty principle is like really fucking important for the fundamental cohesion of everything in the universe. So if you were to override it, you would do unimaginable damage to the universe at large. And there's another quote here. The uncertainty principle is at the heart of many things that we observe but cannot explain using classical non-quantum physics. Take atoms, for example, where negatively charged electrons orbit a positively charged nucleus. By classic logic, we might expect two opposite charges to attract each other, leading everything to collapse into a ball of particles. The uncertainty principle explains why this doesn't happen. So if you override the uncertainty principle, everything just basically collapses into a ball of particles for sciencey reasons. And that's why if you were to have something called a Heisenberg uncertainty override, you would basically be it's like undoing like a seam in the fabric of the universe. You would just be unraveling everything, and everything would just collapse around where that override is occurring. And I'm just going to finish off with a little fun fact. If you watch Star Trek, they have what's called the Heisenberg compensators for the transporters, and that's because, of course, the transporters rely on reducing the person down to a stream of atoms, which means that the Heisenberg uncertainty principle would be in full effect. So they need like some bullshit thing to account for the fact that you can't have precision with knowing where the position of atoms are, because otherwise when you shloop someone from one place to another, you would not be able to do it accurately unless you were able to compensate for the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. So that's another fun thing there. And sometimes they'll say like, reset the Heisenberg compensators or unhook the Heisenberg compensator. So if you ever hear that while watching Star Trek, now you know what that is. So there we go. There's your lecture for the day.
Never getting that time back. Anyway, okay, no. I guess it makes sense then. Then I just kind of want another visual for the thing going off at the end, because it just looks like a big explosion.
Yeah, they could have been something cooler to go along with that.
Yeah, because it goes like, but it sounds like it goes like, and then that's a noise. That's a fart noise.
Yeah.
Do you have a degree you're trying to flex? No, I just read like articles, I think.
Yeah, I just have a casual curiosity with quantum physics, so I like to flex that every once in a while. don't really have any degrees or anything. I don't have enough focus to get a proper degree, nor do I have a real application for it. I'm on the arts side of the arts and science.
So dumb it
I
down
didn't
for
come here
metal.
to
He
learn.
can make universe go boom boom. No, only the Earth. One Earth, not a universe, allegedly. But yeah. So yeah, there you go. Now you know how that works. And then we get the daughter of the president, Rose. That fucking that whole character could just fuck right off. Like I don't give a fucking shit what she does. She's just like she's the daughter's president. She's like, I don't want this corruption stuff. Might doesn't make right, and she's like against all Ultraman and stuff, which is fine. But this whole sub story is so fucking garbage. I just don't give a shit about it at all.
So we have another glup shitto here because her name is Rose Wilson, and we'll get back to that.
Oh, okay. So yeah, she's in this movie for like 5 minutes and annoys me all 5 minutes. Right, let me just put a new loop because now we go to the Jester's hideout because this is like the only place they can hide for now or do info. Oh boy, we're about to get that screen you've been all eagerly awaiting. I guess. Click. Because yeah, we are going to Jester's hideout, which, from what I understand, is like the last hideout they can use without being, pardon me, found out immediately.
And we meet the monkey.
Yeah, which is called Harley, which basically means Harley Quinn in this universe is just an ape. Which I find hilarious. That's also the only time Harley. You see that character. It's just like, oh, my friend is dead, or by whatever. It's like, okay, I'm sad now. Bye.
Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, Harley, but the Jester is never coming back. And then Harley gets sad.
And that's it.
And that is Harley.
But yeah, this is where we learn that every Syndicate member has multiple peeps working under them, up to thousands apparently, if I remember correctly. And Lex's plan is like, oh, we do like multiple coordinated attacks, hit them all together at some point, and wait, why did I write this down here? Also, the Martian Manhunter equivalent died when Jester blew his bomb up earlier. I mean, wait, did that note slide down? I feel like this should have been whenever.
I think maybe they mentioned it in the scene, and maybe it was just like an absent-minded. Oh yeah, I'll write this down.
Yeah, probably because this didn't flow with my mind right just now. But yeah, Lex says we do multiple card attacks all together at certain points, and Superman just like, yeah, no, stop wasting our time. We attack multiple places at once, groups of two. And when Lex says that's insane, when my Justice League fought them, they all lost. And Superman lets his dick hang out and is like, with all due respect, we're not your Justice League.
Yeah, your Justice League was kind of shit. Like we've got like a better power equivalency here. Like we can probably take care of them.
Yeah.
And we've got some glup shittos, and these are like the glup shittos we never see outside of this screen. So get ready, guys. Let
me put them on screen here for you.
Yeah.
So we had the made men already, so let's go with these for now.
Yeah.
There you go. There's your first lot. We had the three made men, and then we have. Jesus, I have no clue.
Here we go. So I'm gonna just kind of go in order of how they go on screen. So
okay, so go always left to right, so I can put my cursor on it for people to see.
Yes. So first up, we have She-Bat, who is an evil amalgamation of Man-Bat and Catwoman.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And then we have Going to the right. Megamorpho, who is an evil version of Metamorpho, who was introduced in who was actually introduced in Justice League, but is also in the comics. So so there's that's another hero. And then next to Metamorpho, we have I already mentioned her, but Mary Mayhem, who is again a fuck up because they forgot Superwoman is also meant to be Mary Marvel. So there you go. And then going down to the left, to the next row, on the far left, we have Manhawk, who is evil Hawkman.
I was about to say, there's no way he's called Hawkman. You say Manhawk. He's like, who's the evil version of Hawkman? It's like, oh, for fuck's sake.
And now we go to the right again, and we have this man with a H tattooed onto his face. And what is his name? Mr. Horrific.
Oh no. Mr. Horrific. That's awesome.
Who is an evil version of Mr. Terrific.
Does Mr. Terrific have a T on his forehead?
Yeah. Well, actually a T on his face, but yes.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah. And then that's it for the named ones, but now I'm going to fucking guess the rest of them.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Oh, I actually press play one more time just in case there's I think there's a few more portraits that come out.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I know, because I was so thorough.
There you go.
Okay.
So this is obviously Orange Tick. It's Orange the Tick.
So this guy, I'm thinking...
You are facing the Tick.
He kind of looks like Firefly, but that's already a villain. So I'm thinking maybe evil Blue Beetle, Red Beetle, maybe. The next guy, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, so the guy next to the guy that I've dubbed Red Beetle, yes. I'm gonna just say that the guy after that is like evil Aquaman, because because I can see a tiny bit of his outfit and looks like it's a bit.
Yeah. I see what you mean. I gotcha.
Yeah. I have no fucking clue who the first guy in the next row is. I've tried so hard and lost it all, but in the end, it didn't even matter. So, red person with generic mask. Fuck it. The one next to him is probably evil Cyborg.
Yeah.
You can tell because he has a goatee. As we all know, that is the sign of evil.
Absolutely.
And then next to evil Cyborg, we have evil Wildcat. And then next to him, it looks like a Neon Mauler. So I don't know who that is, but I'm going to call him Neon Mauler.
That's fair.
Yeah, and next to him is Swamp Thing, evil Swamp Thing.
Oh.
And then, I don't even know who that redheaded...
Yeah, I got nothing.
Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know who that redheaded woman in the corner is. She kind of has, a Billy Batson-ish looking costume, but we already have, the equivalents up the top, so I've got no clue. Also, I don't know who Yellow Man is, because he has such a generic... Initially, I was just thinking, he looks like an evil Hal Jordan, with the yellow and everything. But then I realized, wait, we already have Power Ring for that. So what? No, that's not. That can't.
That guy is Energy Circle. There you go.
Yeah, there we go. And then finally, we have Evil Firestorm.
Yeah. We see later the heroic version of.
Yep. Evil Zatanna, I think. Evil Red Tornado, but he's blue.
Blue
so
Tornado.
I suppose he's Blue Tornado, yeah.
Blado, and Pantheon from League of Legends.
Yeah, and then finally we have evil Dr. Fate. So
Uh,
there we go. There we go. There are your glup shittos for this screen.
okay.
And I think that's basically it because I'm going to call out because I think we see a couple of others, but I'm going to call them out when they actually appear. The main reason I want to focus on this screen is because none of these guys we're ever going to see again.
Yeah. Yeah, we only get like a little tism here. We already had Black Power. We have this guy. We see this guy later on the right here.
Yeah, who's so the guy on the right, I have him down as Warwolf, who is an evil version of Lobo. So
Mm,
Lobo was never a good guy, but this is like explicitly evil Lobo, I guess.
yeah. So the guys below Owlman, they already been beat up, so those are donezo. And
Yar.
then the Johnny Quick guys, we see those in a little bit, I think. Yeah, it's when they
Yeah.
attack them. That's when we see them. So yeah, there you go. There's your glup shittos. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Righty. Wait, what's coming after this? Is this when I've shit out myself. I don't know what's coming next.
Let me see. What do I have in my notes? Oh, we already covered that the reason they're doing it in teams of two is because the power levels are more distributed. Oh yeah, then the Owlman scene comes next. That's
right.
next to my note.
I just need to go there. Yes. There you go. Such a short scene as well. Hang on. That's good enough. It's a short little loop-de-loop. Righty. So, Owlman is just chilling in his place. Superwoman comes up. And it's basically building a universe machine like the one Legacy has. And I think this is where it becomes pretty clear that they're a pair. They're together. They're in a relationship, a Rooney.
Oh yeah. I
Also,
love that
I know
Owlman has like. Oh, sorry.
Owlman tells her to call beforehand normally. And it was just like, she was like, "Whoa, if I have your keys, why would I bother calling or whatever?"
I just love that this evil supervillain has OCD about his girlfriend popping in uninvited.
It's like, God damn it, you just call him, fuck. But yeah, he wants to. Oh yeah, he says he built it, and I made it a bit better, or I improved on it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she was like, "Oh, with this thing, you can just go conquer our own Earths and stuff together. So we don't need to share anything with the other ones." So yeah, this is basically just to establish that he built a machine like this now with the data they got from the Justice League headquarters. That those are a pair, and yeah, they're just greedy fucks, pretty much.
So I got an additional note for that. So we kind of see an interesting, because there's a couple of things. So we see the interesting there's an interesting element to their relationship, which is like opposites attracts. So she's like a lot more materialistic, while he's a lot more like the big picture existential sort of guy. But they seem to be in this kind of dynamic where one kind of balances out the other. So you can kind of see, oh, this is probably why they became a couple, right? Because one can help them see something that the other does not, and they kind of find that attractive about the other, and that's why they have almost like a healthy relationship, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, they're not healthy people, but they have a healthy relationship, which I find fucking fascinating that these two psychopaths basically they've managed to make it work. That's something, I don't know, I almost want to see a show about that premise alone, just like two very horrible people, but they've made it work. And the uniting thing is love or something like that. But going into that contrast, Owlman, so they're talking about the parallel Earths, and she's just like, ooh, more. So Superwoman's all like, ooh, more worlds for us to conquer. We don't have to share our load. And Gerard load.
I tried so hard not to say anything. I had the willpower to just let it go.
Nothing can be let go with me.
Especially not a load.
Yep, I can't hold my load. I'm sorry about that. But Owlman, his immediate response is the philosophical implications are staggering.
Yes.
And Superwoman is kind of intrigued by the fact that he immediately goes to philosophy, while Owlman's kind of like, oh yeah, I guess we could use it for material gain, but then he's clearly still fixated on whatever, because clearly the whole idea of, we're going to get into it more later, but the very concept that there's more than one Earth out there, this is starting to create a shift in his brain.
Yeah.
Whether it's taking advantage of something that was already there, or this is a fundamental change for him, I think we're going to talk about it a little bit more later, because I actually found quite a bit to talk about and speculate on later on. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that point when we get to it, chat. Don't worry.
Yeah, chat, calm down, Jesus. Fuck, Chad, you need to calm your tits, brah.
Let it go, as the song says. You got club shito.
Okay, this is a longer loop-de-loop, because we got some action, baby. Got some action coming up here. Let's see.
Ooh, speaking of glupshitos, dun 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 dun. We see Warwolf, which we already mentioned, Archer, who is an evil version of Green Arrow, and Scream Queen, who is an evil version of Black Canary.
Scream Queen. Yes. I mean, there's things happening, like those characters fight a little bit, but it's basically Flash and Martian Manhunter hit a transport of the baddies and sink their ship. Wonder Woman and Lantern attack some kind of lab or production center and burn it to the ground. There's also this one thing where we see that Powering has just been watching this happening in that scene.
Yeah, I actually have a note here saying, what are you doing?
I was wondering if maybe this wasn't his turf, so he doesn't care, but it never comes up again, so that was just weird.
But the thing is, those are so we have another glup shito with him, which is Olympiad, which is the evil, which is the, it's funny, we do have an evil version of Wonder Woman here, but she's like a made man.
Okay.
So the Amazon that the fucking Wonder Woman fights, Olympiad, is supposed to be the evil Wonder Woman. Not explicit, but it's there. And that's one of Powering's made men. So it's like, okay, this is your turf. What the fuck are you doing?
Okay, yeah, then I don't understand why he's just watching. That's fucking bizarre.
Yes. Also, Archer is not as good a shot as Green Arrow because he just misses. Flash is standing still and he just misses.
He sucks, dude.
Meanwhile, like Green Arrow in the comics, like he could hit a drop of water dripping off the drain, dripping off a tap. Like he's that good with the bow and arrow. He is like the best archer. That's his ability. He's just very fucking good at archery. Something I did notice is so Martian Manhunter comes in and takes care of Archer. But we have, in contrast to what we've been seeing on the Star Wars shows, where and I think Snyder as well, where if it's not on screen, it's not moving. We actually have when we cut back, we actually see that Scream Queen has actually been moving off screen towards Martian Manhunter, and does it in a way that it doesn't look like a continuity fuck up, meaning that we actually have it both works with continuity, and it shows that things are happening when the camera is not on the action. On the downside, though, Flash just stands still until Jean is in trouble, and then he decides.
No.
And then he does an action, and then he takes Scream Queen in a funny scene of just dropping her in the ocean. But he does this thing where he runs across the water, and then he pauses on the water, but doesn't sink, and then he runs back.
Right, yeah.
Just found that funny. It's not a big. That's like a definition nitpick there because it's just basically done for the comedic timing. But it was just like, you definitely should have sunk there. There's no way.
Yeah, Superman and Lex go directly to Ultraman or even the Syndicate base, or I don't know, some kind of office building, and some weirdo comes out that he calls Jimmy. There's another glub shitto here, I guess.
So Mr. Action, aka Huge Evil Jimmy Olsen.
Huge evil. Okay.
Who can fly?
There you go. There's the big lad. He's a bulky boy, and he's very evil.
Nice.
And Wait, what? Oh yeah. Wait, what?
I just love. Oh, I just love fucking that. This is their version of Jimmy Olsen. There he goes. And he has the signal watch as well, which is intuitive. That's why, because there's an interesting aspect to this scene in the sense that they need Superman to restrain Jimmy, so because it's a two-man job to get that signal watch to go on. But after that, by the way, Ultraman's about to fly in here, and we see that he sniders it up a little bit as he flies by. So, yep, there we go. It needs to be Luthor that defeats him, because one of the things they realize, and we see we start to see the full capabilities of his suit right here, like how he can go toe to toe with essentially a Superman XP. But it needs to be Luthor's victory, because obviously the Justice League is here to help, but we can't send the message of, the Justice League, this new Justice League is staying around permanently. They need to have the message that Luthor, one of their heroes is the one that took down Ultraman. It is a victory for their universe, and it needs to inspire other people to rise up against the crime syndicate. So that's, I thought that was an interesting thing to note, that they are thinking through like the optics of the situation. We also, this has already come up on screen, so I might as well mention it. So we find out Ultraman's weakness is blue kryptonite.
Yeah.
And the reason I find this funny is because they explicitly call it blue kryptonite, even though, shouldn't they just call it kryptonite?
I wrote down the exact same thing. Exact same thing. Because Ultraman calls it, blue kryptonite? It's like, isn't this just kryptonite to you?
Yeah, that line's there for the audience. It's not there for in universe. And also, he uses heat vision at one point, but he aims for the chest, the armored chest piece that we've seen can tank punches from the fucking Mary Marvel equivalent. So of course it could tank heat vision from Superman. So why not aim for the exposed head at that point?
Yeah. A classic. Never hit the unguarded parts, because then the movie would be over.
Yes. Oh, and he also says that he's just like, you may have destroyed every piece on Earth, but I've been to other Earths. So I think what I like about that, the line's clunky as fuck, but what I like about that is that it shows, there is actually multiple utilities to going to the other Earths, which is to say there are resources that are simply not present on your Earth. So you can just, so popping into another universe going, let's get some blue kryptonite from this universe that has not destroyed all of it on Earth. That's it's a useful tool. So he's not just getting heroes from the other Earth. He's also like going like, these are things that are not, these are tools that I don't have in play anymore, but would be in play here. Let's just take it back over. So that's something. So it shows intelligence, which is, again, why the fuck didn't you hide the quantum trigger in a better place?
Yeah, you fucking idiot.
Oh, and I presume kryptonite is not as deadly in this universe because he just throws it into the paddy wagon afterwards.
We don't ever see it again as well. I don't know. I don't like how he handles it, because it's the last thing they have on this Earth, so you might want to hold on to this. Or escort Ultraman to the cell that can maybe hold him. I don't know. So yeah, it's just probably be a smarter
Then we
decision instead of just throwing it in there. What if he just kicked it out and then he closed the door? It's like, oh, whoops.
Yeah.
It's a bit
Also,
reckless.
yeah, and we're about to get President Glupshito.
President Glupshito. He's my favorite. He's my favorite
Yeah.
Shlito. Clickety clack. There you go. So, President Glupshito.
AKA Slade Wilson, also known on our Earth as Deathstroke.
Oh, I knew he looked familiar.
Yes, and his daughter is Rose Wilson, who is known as Ravager on our Earth, who is occasional, sometimes Titan, sometimes other. There's a bunch of she goes back and forth depending on what the fuck the writers want that week.
So yeah, Glupshito basically tells him that they're insane, that they have basically destroyed the delicate balance they have formed with the Syndicate, and that's why he already ordered the release of Ultraman. Because there's no one that would be willing to even testify against any of them because they're way too powerful and scary. Then Rose's daughter comes in, tells him to grow a backbone. She thinks to herself when her dad has become such a coward. And Martin says, "Oh, he isn't. People who have seen battles grow cautious, or something along those lines." He says.
I think it's something along the lines of I think because her thought is, how could you be so, how could you were a war hero, Dad. How could you be so, why are you being so cowardly now? And she's just like, no, the people who have experienced war often hold life the dearest or something like that because of what they've been through, which is actually smart coming from Martian Manhunter specifically because he is, we will soon see what tragedies he's been through before arriving on Earth. We'll get to that when we get to that because he's had a few centuries of war experience himself, let's just say.
Yeah. And then he says something really dumb, which I don't like, because Rose asks, "Oh, how did you know that?" So, "Oh, I'm sorry, I accidentally read your mind." So, what? How the fuck do you do that by accident?
Because they're in sync battle. They're in sync.
Fuck that. That's such horseshit. Fucking hate that part of this movie. Because they didn't even have to do it this way. Just let her say it out loud, and then Martian Manhunter can still say the same exact line. It's fucking bizarre. It's so stupid. I really hated that scene. Like the specific part at the end. It's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I accidentally read your mind." Like, what the fuck? Maybe it's just muscle memory. No, he specifies later that they consider it rude just reading someone's mind when they have no reason.
Yeah, it's very strange to just casually, because the only excuse they have is just like, our mind is so in sync. It's very rare. And it's just like, but it's still not something you can have chemistry with someone without wanting to immediately hump them,
Yeah, but that was kind of dumb. But yeah, also somewhere in here, Superman says, "Oh, I fight people that are way stronger than me all the time, so you can still do it as well." Saying to Glupshito.
That's President Glupshito to you.
I'm sorry, sir. But yeah, they end the scene with, we can't let this victory go away. Like, we have a chance to actually get this into control, and we won't allow it to happen, basically.
Yeah.
And then we get another Owlman and Superwoman.
Let's see.
That's a bit longer. This is where Owlman has his existential crisis.
Yes.
Pretty much.
How many notes do I have at this part? Because I tried to take these in order. So do you want to do the recap first, and then I can go over my notes for this part?
Sure. So yeah, we see Owlman is just preparing the bomb, and it's just like he tells Superwoman they always intended to detonate it, and he has, as I said, an existential crisis where he says that no matter what we do here, there's always a multiverse version of them having made the opposite decision. There are Earths that ended the nuclear war, Earths that were where their parents never met and they have never been born, and Earth that doesn't even have any humans on it because no fish ever dare to go onto the soil. And in another one, they're not rich and conquerors; they're poor and slaves. And then he goes on to say, somewhere in the multiverse, there's an Earth Prime. When he destroys that one, all of reality follows, because he wants to make a decision that is the only real decision. That's his logic.
Yes.
And the next thing I've written down is a whole question mark bit with the mechanics of destroying this, actually destroying everything else. It's just kind of find it weird. But go ahead. What do you got?
Yes. So I as far as the mechanics of his plan go, I'm gonna hold my tongue until we get to the part where he's starting to put where things are in motion. Let's just say more towards.
So at the end, you want to put that at the end, because that can fit here or at the end, because I have notes for both.
Yeah, because I think waiting till the end, because there's a lot of there's a few additional wrinkles that the ending brings that I think are worth exploring. So that's kind of my position with
cut that out here and put it down here.
Yeah. Though I will say that I was definitely putting notes, because sometimes what happens is I remember something I want to say about the film later. So I so there's like the notes I take as I go, and then there's the notes I put at the end. So I was kind of doing the exact same thing, where it was like, I'm going to write down all the potential problems with this plan, but I'm going to put it at the end, and then I'm going to let the film speak for itself and see if that note still slots in. And half of my notes did. Some of them, there were some things that were kind of actually accounted for, surprisingly enough. But they're in little throwaway lines that might. We'll get there when we get there. So let's see. I've got to find my place now.
But yeah, just to sum it up, he wants to do the ultimate decision, the only one that matters: destroy Earth Prime, and with it, all of mankind everywhere. Yeah.
So basically, he wants to. He needs to. So So this is the existential core of the film. In an infinite multiverse, do your choices truly matter? Does anything matter in an infinite sea of Earths where all opposite outcomes have occurred? So firstly, before I even get into that, we see even more between Superwoman and Owlman in the scene, and there is it's like I mentioned before, there's a fucked up, I want to say, love there. Like there is genuinely, like, you see the opposites attract thing going on. You see there is like they are fucked up and they've done fucked up things, but they're not really doing fucked up things to each other. They're kind of just like, Owlman gives her warnings about stepping in the way of the plan, but he's not like there's again, like, if I were rewriting this film, I think I would give them a lot more scenes, because those two are the other things I really kind of hold my attention when this film is coming up. So we've got a very fascinating motivation that stems from a very fascinating question of if every choice has the opposite outcome happen somewhere, someone could see that as there being, it's the free will problem, where it's like, it's one of the many free will problems where if the opposite outcome occurs, like, does that mean that you have free will? Or, is the choice meaningful from that point of view? Is there, because, if your choices end in one way, does it really matter if that choice went another way on another Earth? It's a whole, I'm sure philosophers would chew on that for quite a little bit. But it's fascinating to think to have a villain who's, because you always have like the mustache twirling villain, just like, I am going to destroy everything, and it's not really motivated. And I think this is the first time we have a doomsday plan that almost, like, from that character, like, we're not getting into the mechanics, because we're going to get there, because there are problems. There are many problems. But the idea of having to make of being able to make a choice that actually matters, that actually has because the whole thing, because this is basically cemented in his brain that no choice matters because choices are meant to have outcomes, are supposed to have specific outcomes, but if the opposite outcome is happening somewhere else, then all choices become meaningless. So that's his kind of twisted worldview there. So the idea of trying to find the one choice that could actually matter in an infinite multiverse, if you have come to the conclusion that all choices are meaningless, I find that to be a deeply fascinating motivator. Like it does, like if we ignore the larger ramifications, destroying the multiverse is a decision that could not have that is like one of the, if not the only decision that could not have an alternate outcome, because obviously no multiverse means no more decisions being made, means no more anything happening. So there's also a secondary motivation going on there that we'll get to because that's revealed a little bit later on. But I do find this to be a fascinating choice. I do wish we spent even more time talking about it, though we do get a little bit towards the end, so we'll talk about that then. Superwoman. Going away from Owlman's side of things, Superwoman going along with it. It kind of the way I read that is this is kind of like this again feeds into the opposites attract thing, where she is very materialistic, he is very existential, and they kind of give something that the other person doesn't want. And I think she likes that he is able to show he is able to shine light on problems that she would have never even considered, because she just wants the material side of the whole multiverse equation, and he wants the choice side. And as soon as he breaks it down, there isn't really any hesitation, because it's almost like they've been together so long that she was just like, oh yeah, I see where you're coming with that. Yeah, I'm game for this, because I didn't think about that before. I was just thinking about the materials, but now it's like I'm gonna help, because this seems like I think you might have a point there. So there's something interesting there to think about. And now we go on to the next scene, I believe. Unless there's anything else to say about that part.
No, just agree. Because I went away from my notes. Good job. No, it would be nice to have more of Owlman in this regard, because it just kind of happens from one scene to the next one. He just has his existential crisis, which is obviously a limitation of the runtime. If we could have some things where he starts looking through the data, maybe that he got from Lex's computer or for the Justice League stuff. Just the realization, like, oh wait, shit, there's like multiple things, and this is how this works. Because the way I understand, he sees about this the first time, like he learns about this the first time. So somewhere in between scenes, he realizes like, oh fuck, this everything I do might actually doesn't make any sense, or doesn't matter rather.
Yeah.
So yeah, just having like maybe another extra scene where he realizes this thing and just was like, oh fuck, that's shit. I want to do this ultimate thingy, and yeah, have like actual free will, not like this quote unquote fake free will, as he would probably call it.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you said, after that we get the next scene. Oh yeah, also like when Superwoman says, "I'm a murdering psychopath. That's part of my charm." And then Owlman just says, "Yeah, I find that attractive."
Even their personalities, he's very cold and calculated, and she's got that very the very sultry like thing going. It's a good contrast. It's fun.
Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. But we need we one more of that blocks.
Yar.
So I think next scene is with Rose again. Ugh.
Your favorite. Your favorite.
Yeah, super favorite. Yeah, because President Glubschlippo talks to Rose like, I'm not talking to you, Daddy-O. It's like, well, then just listen. I need you to stop talk badly about the Syndicate and stuff. At least in public, obviously trying to protect her. And yeah, she's basically annoyed he's such a quote unquote coward, and goes back inside, being annoyed with her dad. And then Ultraman arrives and tells the president to put his daughter in check, or we'll do it for them. And that annoys the president and tells Ultraman, if you get close to my daughter, you will nuke you. Because Ultraman mentions like, oh, don't you remember what happened to the first lady? Obviously implying that he or the Syndicate did something to his wife. Obviously, not obviously, but Ultraman laughs off the threat. It's like, we're working on a bomb of our own, and he also slaps him in the face.
It makes him bleed from the mouth.
Yeah. So now
something
Prezi knows that there's another bomb and stuff, and yeah, Ultraman is already not concerned anymore with the weapon, because he thinks we're gonna have this bomb very soon, and we're just gonna blow this whole thing up, because he doesn't know what Owlman is about to do, or what he wants to do. He still thinks we're just gonna do our little plan. But
yeah.
What you got?
So obviously Rose is still being very one note in the scene, but so a little wrinkle I did find interesting is that we see a very clear cut, obviously like what's keeping the crime syndicate in check is nuclear deterrence, as a combination of nuclear deterrence plus the government's willingness to turn a blind eye. But now we see that the government is kind of in a similar situation where they are not retaliating against the crime syndicate, basically because the Slade he lost his wife to Ultraman, and now he's doing this he's taking a passive route at the moment because he is under the impression that will keep his family safe. And the second that we see that his daughter is being threatened, he immediately goes, "You do that, it's game on." Yeah, you're not. So we see that is the line for him. You threaten his family, and the thing that can be interpreted in two ways. There's family of blood, so as his daughter, obviously, and of course his late wife, and well, that's not blood, but you know what I mean. And then there's the blood of soil, which is the country, the larger quote unquote family. So you threaten either of those things directly, and that's gonna. So ironically, him also flaunting his super.
One sec. Someone in chat just said, "Just jumped in. Is this any better than Crisis on Infinite Earths?" Yes. Yeah. Yes. Very.
Yeah.
Because Infinite Earths is fucking trash. There's nothing good about it. Okay, continue. Sorry, I just had to get that out of my system.
That's okay. That's okay. We can get through this as a family. See what I did there. Anyway, so this is so I just found that to be like, I just realized I wrote "turned a blind eye to keep her safe," and he's missing an eye. I didn't even mean that.
Only one.
Yep. Well, he's it kind of doesn't have a choice with the other one.
Wait, doesn't he turn two blind eyes then? If we're being technical.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, he turns his good eye blind.
That fool.
And then I think we get another scene with Owlman and Superwoman immediately after that, don't we?
Yeah, it's a short one because Owlman somehow found the Earth with the quantum trigger in it.
Yeah, because I think it has
I
the
guess with
it
the
has the
data
Earth.
from Lex stuff. That's the best I can come up with.
Oh,
Uh,
later in the film, they established that the device saves which Earths you've been to, at least the last 12 Earths you've been to. So it would be in the device's memory.
yeah, but he has his own device. That's the one he built himself. That's not the Lexus one.
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I think, yeah, yeah. Oh, no, wait. I think there was a throwaway line saying he had been hopping around. There must be like a share, the uplink or
No,
something.
that's what I'm saying. He probably got it from Lexus data because
Yeah, I gotcha.
because we already thought earlier that he did some research on Earth Prime, not Earth Prime, the Earth he went to. But then again, the way he says is just irks me a little bit because I think he specifically says he found the Earth with the quantum trigger in it, and I don't know how he located the quantum trigger specifically. That's
Yeah,
probably the
like
one
maybe,
line that annoys me.
yeah, like the only thing, like it needs that extra bit where it's just like, oh, I scanned for the unique quantum signature of that, of the quantum trigger. That's how I found it. Lol. Um, but that would be nine. But there is a line in here I do like, which is just like, would you be a deer and pop over to the
Yeah.
universe next door and grab something for me?
Yeah, I was about to say that too. It's like, yeah, that's nice. So yeah, they pop. She pops over with two of her. No, was it two or three of them made men? No, it was the three made men from the beginning.
Yeah,
Pops over,
the super family.
and I don't know why they did it that way, but it's kind of annoying because Batman just finished the security sensors and systems to find an intruder alert.
Oh, I didn't catch that. Oh my god.
Because you
How
see,
how convenient.
I don't even know why they did it. It was completely unnecessary. Hang on. Because you see a screen where it loads up. Hang on. Fine, because so they port over. And then. Come on.
Someone should have told Owlman to punch reality. That would have solved all his problems.
That's true. Where is it? You're making me look like a fool. Intruder
It's kind of
alert
like
there.
how when they teleport to the other universe, they do it just as they're about to leave.
Yeah. So, yeah, he put something in there in the space station. Yeah, he puts it in, and then we get like this thing here. You see this thing loading up. Beep, 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 beep. Then boom, online. And then immediately, alert, intruder. It's like, why did you do it this way?
Why? You could have shown him getting it online as the other group was leaving, so that, there was a lot of space in between. That would have been a better, if you needed to show the security system had just been installed. You could have shown it being installed at the beginning, but right as they're showing up, really?
Here's the thing, you don't even need to change the scene at all. He's just working on the base, that's fine. But don't make this
Yeah.
loading screen for the security sensor coming up right when they enter the base. It's really weird. It's just a weird decision
Yeah.
to make.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's a self-made problem or a self-made luck thing that just happened. I don't know. I was
Yeah,
weirded out by
they
the
did it for the
decision.
visual. They did it for the visual, but they didn't think about like, oh, this is too much. This is too coincidental to happen.
Yeah,
Like they did
yeah.
it because they wanted to do something like very engaging to show Batman finding it out. When really, this was not really necessary for what they. You could have done basically the same visual without the contrivance.
Yeah. But yeah, now we have Superwoman plus 3 of the made men here. And I just wrote down, I don't like Batman's chances at all.
That's a. If he had a collar to tug, he would be going.
Yeah. But yeah, he's in this loader. We've seen a little bit before this when he's doing the thing, and he holds them off for a little bit. He hits like 2 of the made men a little bit into the wall, but he gets overwhelmed pretty quickly by Superwoman and one of the made men. And I think they yeet them into the teleportation room.
Yeah.
And
Oh, before we get to that part,
yes.
I just want to point out that he's basically in the exosuit from Aliens.
Yeah. One of those loaders. That's true.
Yeah, and also he has a very funny line, which is, "You're on my property,"
You're on
as
my
he is standing on a
property.
giant space station.
Yeah. Stand your
And so yeah,
ground.
he does hold the line. So speaking of contrivances, he luckily gets punched into the teleporter
Yeah,
room.
yeah. And when he's in there, he gets some reinforcement to fight the lads.
We get the Glupshito League of Aquaman,
Yeah,
Red Tornado, Black Canary, Firestorm, and
Firestorm.
Black Lightning.
Yeah, that's those are the ones. And yeah, they just have a big old fight. And they kind of
Yeah.
thrash the place.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just fight each other, and we see some of the powers and everything. I mean, I didn't really write anything down specifically, except Black Lightning using the electricity of the station so much that we change into emergency backup powers.
Yeah, I've got a couple of notes here. For starters, it works nicely in the film's favor that we've set up that there are a lot of other heroes on that other Earth. So when these ones show up, it's kind of like, oh well, obviously there would be mainline universe equivalents to a lot of the heroes we've already seen. So
Yeah.
that kind of tracks on like a larger cosmological level. It puts the idea in our heads of the more expanded league. But secondly, the interesting thing about this scene is that in the initial version that was part of the DCAU, the lineup was a little bit different, and it was going to be a bunch of heroes that Batman had individually met, whether it was in Justice League or his own show, or what have you, like over the years. So I think like, Etrigan, for example, was going to be one of them. But they decided to just swap out the roster a bit because they no longer needed the continuity node. Otherwise, but that would have been the crown Glupshito moment if it was still in continuity. That would have been that one. As far as the fight itself, there's a couple of little tidbits in here. For starters, none of them are really shocked about being teleported in, even though it's very clear Batman would have had no time to.
I was about to mention that. Yeah, they all look ready. They're like in fighting pose, like, yeah, let's fight. It's like, what? Were you waiting for this? Did Batman tell you he's going to teleport you in a sec?
Yeah, like they're all in costume. They're all like just ready to go. Like I think I wrote down here, I wanted at least one of them to have been on the toilet when this happened. Like one of them just mid shit, just having teleported in and then dropped to the ground, and it's just like what? But then I was thinking, but then if I'm to give it to maximum possible good faith, maybe it's possible that Batman was like searching for heroes that were quote unquote on duty. So I don't know if that's. I think it's possible to have that set up if he's like tying into all the cameras and shit around the world, and maybe he's got some sci-fi algorithm that can tell like these ones are on duty. But even then, I'm just like, they should still be like, where the fuck are we? Why am I in space? That's just a funny thing. It's not really that much of a big deal. It's just like, and then we get a great line where Aquaman is fighting one of the guys, and then Batman goes,
"Look
Careful,
out, Aquaman! He's stronger than you."
That remains to be seen. And then he starts fucking people up, and I wrote in my notes, oh no, I remember why I wrote this. So there's one part where it looks like Aquaman's about to butt fuck one of the one of the made men, and I just wrote in my notes, fuck him, Aquaman.
You don't have a timestamp for that, unfortunately.
Oh, it's somewhere. It's. I think it's before the part that we're currently on with Black Lightning. Let's. I don't have an exact timestamp, but it's like in between the remains to be seen line and the Black Lightning part. So there's your range. While you're finding that, something else I really like about this this scene is when we get, it's not just a fist fight, which I think there's a big problem with a lot of superpowered brawls nowadays, is that a lot of it just devolves into fisticuffs when there are so many other. Oh yeah.
When he tackles the one guy down.
Oh yeah. Here we go. I think the head pops back up or something. Yeah.
There you go.
Fuck him, Aquaman. Fuck him, Aquaman. Do it.
Get in there.
Do it. Yeah, Aquaman. Do it.
You don't need any lube. You're like a fish. You're slimy anyways.
Yeah. No reach around, Aquaman. Do it.
No.
Oh Lord. Oh yeah, that's good stuff. That's the ticket right there. Show him the fury of the deep.
The fury of the deep.
Oh, good God. By the way, I do prefer a more classic Aquaman look to the Jason Momoa one, which is just trying too hard to be just a hard, like, you know, the Jason Momoa's Aquaman always comes off as this is not your daddy's Aquaman. And it's just kind of like, because I think you see right here, he's, you know, you've already got all the components for a cool hero. He's got like obviously the unique communicating with sea life aspect, but then you take him out of the ocean and he's still super strong and still has a lot of fighting skill. He doesn't even have his trident in this scene. He's just kicking ass because he's just a good fighter. There's no real need to make him hardcore.
Yeah.
He's just, you know, he's a great fighter with, you know, with a fish gimmick. So, but going back to the powers, so we have like Firestorm's matter manipulation powers. So he like changes like the molecular cohesion of the floor to sink one of the made men into the ground, and with that doesn't work. With actually, what I appreciate about that with Firestorm is that I think Firestorm is one of those characters where it's so easy to just turn him into like a Human Torch-like character where he can, where he's just got, where fire is his gimmick, when really the fire is the aesthetic, but his thing is like manipulating matter and turning, you know, a transmutating elements, and a lot of you know, he's they should use him in chemistry classes, honestly. There's probably a utility for Firestorm in chemistry classes, because the whole thing is that it's two people fused into one, and usually one of them is a professor who like is giving out like, oh, here's how you would convert this element into this element. It's kind of a nifty thing that, of course, DC is doing nothing with at the moment, as per usual. And then, like, when that doesn't work, you just hear a little whisper in one of their ears, which is just, "Want to hear a secret?" And I think I wrote in my notes, "Footage caught mere moments before catastrophe." And then Black Canary just releases the huge sonic scream right into his ear, and I wrote in my notes, "That man will never hear again."
No, he's fucked.
Yeah, and then Aquaman starts punching more. She's like, "Go, Aquaman! Yeah!" And then Black Lightning conveniently ends up next to like an exposed power line, and this actually, it's obviously it's a bit convenient that he ends up next to because he's knocked into this place that had been exposed. So there's a bit of coincidence going on there. But what I like about it is that it actually, without having to tell it to the audience, it shows you what his powers are, which is he doesn't create electricity, he siphons it from other sources. So usually, like, it's a wireless thing, he doesn't need to be touching it, but of course he can just grab an electrical wire and directly just feed it in. And you know, I think I wrote draining an entire space station of power and converting it into a single blast would probably sting a little, because Uncle Super just collapses after
he got fucked up.
So that was fun. Just interesting to break that down, because I think there's I think one of the reason fight scenes are so shit nowadays is that people, you know, I think we see it a lot with the new Star Wars shows, especially. Just no one thinks about what they're putting on screen. There's just like there's a very clear separation in their mind between like story, character, and action, when really all three should be feeding into each other.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, like, but I can't remember who said it, but I remember I watched a video years ago that said most films forget that action scenes still need to be scenes, and the more I think about it, the more I'm just like, you are very correct there. But
things that happen in a story can still go into a fight scene. Like, I don't know, somewhere during the story, the hero fucks up his legs or whatever, and then they have to do a big fight with the evil man, and the evil man realize, oh, sorry, the guy is limping, so I'm obviously gonna attack his legs because that's his weak spot right now. Just a simple example. That's how they do it in wrestling. When they want to tell a story in the ring, it's like, oh, because I don't know, in this fight, one of the guys is just gonna work on this one body part the whole time, and then he tries to finish him off by doing a hold on that leg or whatever. So then they have you like a story for the fight scene, for example, or in the wrestling match in that example. So yeah, you can do a lot. You can do a lot of storytelling with a fight.
Yeah, it's so much more engaging as well when it's not just like, oh, this is our fight interlude between story bits. It's more like, no, there is a reason. We are engaged with this fight because we know why the action is happening. We know why he's going for the legs, as you said. We know why it's important what we're seeing on screen.
Yeah.
And I think I think it's important to, because even with this fight, they are. Again, they're using the powers in interesting ways, and they're telling us little things about these characters who aren't like the hugest deal for the story necessarily, though they are going to be like important for the payoff later on, and like the whole arc of like the Justice League is understaffed and all of that, and like opening things up. But we are getting little bits of personality. We're getting little bits of like, here's how all their different powers work. We are. We're getting little tidbits. It's not just like, oh, they fight and they fight and they fight and they fight, and now we're back to the story. There's good stuff in here.
Yes. So yeah, while they fuck each other up, Batman is following Superwoman, who is looking for the quantum trigger. And yeah, apparently they put a quantum trigger radar into this little universe jumping device because she uses that to find it. So I guess that's the thing Owlman did. Well, yeah, Batman tries to stop her, but he gets sexually assaulted for his troubles. So that didn't go that well.
I have a note on that. So I was just like, because I had to word this very carefully because, well, firstly, I want to point out that he was throwing explosive batarangs at her, which I actually like because this is Batman's at the point of the conflict because he doesn't know who these guys are. He doesn't know their limits. So he's kind of like trying to suss out. He can tell that they're super strong and super durable and everything. So he's just like, okay, do explosives work? So he throws the batarang, which is good because if she catches it, it's still going to go off in her hand. So that's good for starters. But also the explosives will test, okay, what is the limits? Because clearly they can endure a lot. So I can do this safely. So let's just see, what are your limits here? Like, can I hurt you with explosives? And the answer is a resounding no. Nope. Like, you can hurt them a little bit, but it's not going to do that much. It's going to be like ow, stop it, stop throwing tin cans at me. And then I just saw the wording. Not that I think that the molesting of Batman here is out of character for Superwoman.
Superman.
But I just want.
Just Superman sweeps him, gives Batman a little kiss.
Yeah. Not that I think that the molesting of Batman here is out of character for Superwoman, but I just wonder what would happen if this was a male character doing this to a female one.
Oh no.
What would the overall reaction be? Because the thing is, like, I think it's a valid character choice for Superwoman to do that because she's like clearly. She is that kind of character who will just do that for its own. She doesn't care about the morality of it. She just wants to do what she wants, when she wants, how she wants. And that would include just I see a new boy toy to toy with. So and plus like he's just like, ooh, another Owlman, but this one's spicy. So that's my note for that. Um, and then they like teleport back.
Yeah,
I think I don't really have anything to say about that other than I think the Batman needs a little time to just recoup after that.
Let's get rid of the boner and everything. I get it.
Yeah.
But yeah, she teleports out with one of the made men because the other two have been fucked up and are just lying here somewhere in the base now. And
Batman was clearly asking for it. Just look at how he's dressed.
True. 1 second. Just gonna get this schleem ready. I think I just make this whole thing a big loop because it's like some random shit in between. There we go. Floompy.
We got your favorite character coming in.
Oh yeah, I know,
again.
I know.
Yeah, you know.
Let's see. Does it come right away? No. First we see them getting teleported in. But basically all that happens is Superwoman's like, here, take this quantum trigger to the base. I'm gonna figure something out with this Batman fella. And then we go to Rose. She makes like another appearance, like Ultra Bad, but Red. I just called him Red Arrow. That's actually kind of funny. Was it just Arrow? What did you say?
I think this one's called Archer.
Archer, okay. Archer, yeah. Archer's trying to snipe her across the map, but Martian Manhunter is disguised as security man, and saves her. And then he goes all the way to Archer and captures him. I don't know. He does like some Martian Manhunter stuff. Oh, he gets like shot 3 times by the arrows, but he doesn't give a shit because he's Martian Manhunter. He's just like, stop that, please.
Yeah,
but he puts him into like a panic or whatever, and they capture him.
Yeah, look, something I noticed. I want you to look at the design of Archer's bow and just see if you see something that I found fucking funny.
Oh, I did not look at that. Hang on, let me see here.
At least if I'm interpreting what an aspect of his bow is, like maybe I'm missorted.
Full tism. Wait, why does it look like there's like a minigun on the bottom?
Yeah, there's like a Gatling gun, like right.
Wait, what is,
like
what is that?
I don't know.
It doesn't have any holes on the front. It's just a piece of metal.
It looks like I don't. Because I think I just have in my notes, just like I love how Archer has a fucking Gatling gun on his bow. How would that even work? Why isn't he using it against John? Like, can someone into archery explain?
A counterweight? That's a weird looking counterweight.
Yeah,
because I know they are counterweights. I'm aware of that, but I don't know. I've never seen one that looks like this, I think.
Yeah, because I am so used to... Because initially I didn't think much of it, but then I just kept looking at it. I was just like, is that a fucking Gatling gun? Did they put a Gatling gun on his... If it is a counterweight, fair enough, but it's just like, it looks like a Gatling gun.
It looks like a Gatling gun, yeah.
Yeah.
A gnarly counterweight.
Yeah, it's an evil counterweight, because he's evil.
Yeah.
You know, he's the counterweight to Green Arrow.
Oh, shit.
Nice.
Yeah, that's kind of funny, actually. I didn't see that because I assumed it was just like some kind of weight or whatever. Wait, hang on. It changed colors. Hang on. Where is it? Oh yeah, look here. It has like red things on it in this scene. See this?
Let's see.
There's red things. Didn't have red things in that other frame.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. It's kind of like how the Jester's blood turned purple in that opening scene. And then back to red again during the final shot.
Whatever. It's fine. Oh yeah, they capture him, blah blah blah. And I don't know, they talk to each other, and I don't know, Rose is horny, I don't know, whatever. I don't want to talk about it.
Yes, actually, yep. I was thinking of the car scene, but no, that's later.
No, that's later. That's the one I was losing my shit over, actually. Where was? Oh right, yes. Superwoman and Batman are fighting, but he doesn't really have a chance. He's just like trying to defend himself a little bit, and he gets caught under a rock while
I'm just
Superwoman.
surprised he didn't shatter his fucking bones when that landed on him, to tell you the truth. Like, he's fine after that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, she trash talks. It was like, oh, do you want to go to a different Earth? Maybe one that's like frozen over, or one that has like night crawlers everywhere, or some bullshit. Or maybe I'm gonna keep you as a pet.
Oh, so the specific line is, where should I send you? Maybe here, where humanity has mutated into hideous creatures of the night.
Yeah.
Actually, you might like that.
Yeah, actually, you might like that. So yeah,
and then we also have a cold Earth, which
Yeah.
where the Earth is frozen over. We'll remember that.
We remember that one. And yeah, she gets rid of the rock that fell on him, and then breaks one of his ribs.
Oh, and
Just
that one always
one-
like it's like a that's kind of a
Yeah,
moment, you know?
It's like, oh, like no. And then
Because I think what gets me is that it's so casual. It's just like, oh, that's gonna cost you a rib, and then it's like she's just snapping a twig
oh
with
yeah,
her
that
thumb.
was like really nasty.
Yeah, it's just like he's recoiling in pain, but the action is just like, it's just like, oh, it's so casual, yet I feel every part.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like a paper cut or whatever. So yeah, Batman uses some gas grenades, but she thinks it's smoke bombs, and for some reason she starts inhaling all of the smoke, which I just find weird in general, no matter if it's actually gas or smoke.
Yeah.
But yeah, Batman's like, that wasn't smoke, that was
anesthetic gas.
Anesthetic gas, yeah. I wrote tranquilizer bomb. That's a thing now.
Well, same
Trank
diff.
bombs. The idea is the same, but I don't think that exists as a term. It does now.
Yeah. Something I noticed is what I can suss out from Batman's tactics. Because the first question that came to my mind is like, oh, you should have opened with that. But then I was just like, actually, let's think about the logistics of this. So first, he's never fought these people before. He doesn't know kind of their strengths and weaknesses. Secondly, in the open spaces of the Watchtower, would those pellets actually be that effective if they're flying around everywhere, if they're going swooping this, that, and the other way? Because the requirements for that to work is that she needs to be standing still and she needs to be in relatively close proximity. So first he has to suss out that he can't just like knock them out through like more concussive means. And then he has to get her into a position where she's just standing close enough to inhale it. Which would have worked if she didn't decide to inhale at all. But, she sped up the process a little.
Yeah. That's true. Where was I? Oh, I think I need to change the loop-de-loop because I think it stops right at the next scene because that's how I did it.
Your favorite scene's next, I think, if my notes are to be believed.
Not immediately, because we first hear Batman call in the Justice League because he's smart.
Right, yeah.
Because she falls over unconscious. He calls the Justice League, and they're coming in. And then we almost. All right, hang on. Let me just get this evil loop here rolling. Right, very well. Notes back on screen. Nice. So yeah, we kind of see it from her point of view because she wakes up and sees the Justice League standing there. It's like, oh, that's bad for me. And Batman really goes to Luthor's like, what the fuck did you hide in my satellite that was so important that they hopped to our dimension? And first it was like, oh, what you talking about? I mean, it's like, what was it? It's like, okay, it was the quantum trigger.
So I just want to point to Joe Mashin's latest chat.
Batman to Justice League. I've just been sexually harassed and I need to get some payback. No. Oh no.
Someone clip that.
So yeah, he tells him it's a quantum trigger and that it's for a bomb. And now that they have it, you can't fight them anymore because now the worst case scenario is the whole Earth can be destroyed. What the fuck is wrong with me? It's getting late.
You can.
They destructed the Earth. Not deconstructed, they destructed it. Fuck me.
My God.
I wish I would be drunk, then I had an excuse, but it's just my tiny PB brain. But yeah.
And you sat through that quantum physics lecture. I think you can do anything.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah. And then just Superwoman says, you're thinking too small, though. Yeah. And then it's like, oh yeah, what they got those triggeroonies too well, man. We have like what was it? Oh yeah, Syndicate's talking about how people are starting to show backbone and are more willing to resist them. Apparently because the Justice League has been hitting a bunch of their stuff. Ultraman has been captured once. And also, I guess Rose has like some role in that as well, to be fair, because she's doing all those rallies and stuff.
Yeah.
And then we just see the one made man bringing in the trigger to Owlman, who is very happy about that. And yeah, if you have nothing else, we get my favorite scene of this. So yeah, we get a scene where Rose is trying to tell. What the fuck did I write? For some reason I've written down. I don't know if this word sneaked in from another sentence, and I just forgot to delete it because we get a scene where Rose is trying to kill Martian Manhunter after he says that they're in tune. That is not what happens. That is not even close to what happens.
Were you ingesting shrooms when this scene came on? Is this what fueled your hatred for Rose? You just saw a demon?
Oh, maybe that happened because it's supposed to be kiss, but I wrote kill. Maybe that was just, I don't know, what I wanted to happen.
I see. Well, my note for the kissing is, has John never heard of kissing in all of his time on Earth?
Yeah, that's also a weird one.
What are you doing? It's just like, this is how we show affection on Earth. It's just like, oh, well, this is how we do it on Mars.
Yeah. Yeah, because Martian Man says, oh, we're in tune to some degree. And it's like, oh, what are you doing trying to kiss you? This is how we show affection on Earth. It's like, oh, this is how we do it on as Martians. Or we did, because he's the last one that's left over. And he puts like his hands on his face, and now they just swap information and they know their whole history now. That's the idea. And
something like that.
I fucking hate that this is even here. It's so fucking stupid. Why is there a romance? Where did that come from?
Yeah, we needed like because
this is up there for one of the most random romance plots that ever happened for me.
Oh yeah, like the only note I have it's just like because there's an idea in here where it's like, oh, she's attracted to him and kind of this like, oh, women are attracted to people like their fathers thing, but they're not really fleshing out that idea. They just kind of have it as something there, but there's no lead into it. It's just kind of like, oh, you went through war like my dad went through war. I wanted to kiss you now. We got some more glup shittos, by the way. We got the white Martians and Starro, the Conqueror. So there you go. because it shows that the Justice League in this universe probably formed similarly to how they did in the comics, fighting Star the Conqueror.
Mm-hmm.
There's something else, like, because I can see where they were going with that romance, but it's so fucking rushed. Because, like,
I can't.
You know, so I can see
I can make something up. Like I can infer a lot of things, but for me, it's just like, oh, he was protecting her for a little bit. Okay, and it's like, let's fuck. It's like, whoa, okay, calm down. You're just in the car together. Like, what is happening? We're in tune to some degree. It's like, what does that even mean? What are you talking about? Just stop it. I really hate that scene. I think it should just be gone.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, like, unless you're going to expand, I would just, like, I don't think it really, I think it's basically like, oh, Jean has nothing to do in this film. Wait, let's give him this random romance. But I do, what I see, like, the parallels of, like, clearly, like, she looked up to her father, and Jean is a very similar sort of figure. So I get, like, if you extract it from the execution, I see what they're doing. But the execution is shit. It's just so rushed.
Could have given that time to Owlman and Superwoman again. That would have been good.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't need this in there. There's a tiny little detail that is, like, worth noting, which is she's uncomfortable when he's in the disguised form, which he ironically was using to make her more comfortable. And it's like, oh yeah, the woman who doesn't like hiding in the shadows and speaking out is uncomfortable around disguises. Okay, that's something, but everything else is like, I think the only thing this scene really accomplishes is that did they establish in the limo scene that the quantum trigger can't be destroyed, or was that the previous scene and I just put the note in the wrong order?
I didn't write that down. I know which one you mean. It could have been before, could have been after, but yeah, they can't destroy it because some of the Justice League points out, like, oh, why did you just destroy it? And it's like, oh, it's pure energy, you can't destroy it. That's what Luthor says. I don't remember if it was before or after the scene.
Yeah, it might be in the might be before that. As far as the flashbacks go, just one thing. We actually see a very quick glimpse of her mum being dead, and I just extracted again. You know, any praise I have to give has to be like extracted from context, because otherwise, because it's because you know, obviously the scene itself, like the romance is shit, but there's like a couple of neat pics that I just noted that it's just like, oh, this could be neat in another context. If it was given time to breathe, which is we see when they're exchanging information, we get instead of like getting a graphic death scene for the mother, we just see a shadow, a silhouette, and two like smoking holes in the top of a limo, which shows you everything you kind of need, which is like she was obviously lasered to death by Ultraman. And I think that's a more effective image than, like, because nowadays you would just see this graphic like her head exploding as the lasers go through. Well, I think it's much more effective to just show there's a silhouette of a woman with her mouth agape, and then there's two flaming holes in the top of the limo, and that's all you need. That's all you need. So I was just like, oh, yep, that's that one shot. Yep, for what it's trying to communicate, I liked that. But the scene itself, what hell happened? And the only other note I have is that the White Martians are like, if I'm thinking about how this would have been scripted in the original version, the White Martians probably would have been this other alien species that wiped out Jean's race, which in the Justice League show, because they established a completely different alien race for that, because I think it's because they didn't really want to do the deeper White Martian stuff for that show, so it was just like, oh, we can just swap it out for something that's kind of like the White Martians, but we don't need to worry about the fucking doing more with it because we don't have any plans for it. So that's just something to. Some people call them the Imperium, but no, the Imperium was just one of the aliens that was part of that larger faction. So, so that's that, and that's all I got. Oh, and then we get a moon glip shito with the moon Watchtower, which means that we have a rare example. This is jumping this in, but we now have a rare example of like we have both versions of the Watchtower in one film. So in the other film we have in the fucking main universe we have the satellite Watchtower. In the other one we have the moon Watchtower. So that's just, I thought that was a little neat detail in there, little neat location glip shitto. So I just want to point that out very quickly so we can move on with plot.
Yeah. Oh yeah, at the end of that Rose scene, she says like, "Oh, I can figure out where the base is. Her dad has known for years." It's like, okay, I guess. I don't know. Oh yeah, this is when we see it's on the moon and see Owlman and company finishing the bomb, give it the last touches. Ultraman is a bit annoyed. It's like, "Oh, why don't you help?" It's like, "Oh, I need to do like calibrations. Very delicate." And we can just see that he's still looking for the prime Earth while they're assembling all this stuff. So yeah, he still wants to do his plan, and the other ones still have no idea what he's up to, except Superwoman, obviously. The Justice League and Luthor already know where the base is. Apparently, they've already been told somewhere in between scenes. And they also took Superwoman with them. And they make sure, just to make sure she can't escape, and warn them beforehand, which makes sense. But unfortunately, they're retarded right after and just leave her lying around. So she
again,
like a minute later, she's like, "I'm here now because Johnny Quick saved me. Good job." It's like, man, you did so good up until this point, and then you just let her lie there where they could get her. It was like, okay. That's kind of dumb.
So I have an explanation for this. You see, when good Luthor is around, their collective he not only has a very low, he not only has a very low hide and seek skill himself. He has an aura that takes down everyone else's hide and seek skills. So as a result, nobody has the ability to hide anything when Luthor is around. Very clearly.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I get it. So yeah, Justice League arrives in the place where the bomb is and the other ones. Owlman is still calibrating for Earth Prime without the knowledge of the rest in here. And tells the other... Oh, it's like a little before then, because he tells the other ones the hangar door opened.
Yeah.
So
one thing I do have is Johnny Quick. Like, this is a neat little detail. So Johnny Quick very quickly slots in a bunch of components, and then he starts very slowly welding a thing into place because, of course, you can use super speed to plug things in, but you can't use super speed to speed up how things like melt.
Yeah,
so you have to take time with that. So I thought that was just kind of like, that's how that would work.
That's neat, yeah. So yeah, obviously they know the hangar door open, so this is probably when Johnny Quick went to the hangar and found Superwoman. And yeah, she arrives, she knocks out Lex, I think. Yeah. And then just a big old brawl ensues. Because now we got Batman versus Owlman, Wonder Woman versus Superwoman, Superman versus Ultraman, Johnny Quick versus Flash, and Lantern versus Powering. So now we have all the opposites fighting each other. And yeah.
Mirror match.
Pretty neat. Powering and... Green Lantern, as you just saw in the background, Lantern was doing a shield and Powering made like a little tennis rack and just wiped him to the floor. This is really nice, and you see all those little things they do. Flash and Johnny Quick are they're just being quick, running around, trying to punch each other. Ultraman and Superman is what you expect. They try to laser each other, punch each other into walls and stuff. Superwoman and Wonder Woman have like this really technical fight, almost. One of them does a nice belly to belly suplex, which would have broken everyone else's neck. Knocks her in the face, elbow to the back, everything. It's pretty neat. It's a pretty cool fight. Wonder Woman actually wins pretty quickly against Superwoman, which surprised me. She fucked her up pretty good.
It's Amazon,
yeah. Johnny Quick throws stuff like really quickly at Flash, which is kind of nice, and then he just puts something in his hand and punches him. I don't know why he had that in his hand. This is Are they trying to say
so,
that this is how he blocked all these bits while he was spinning around?
so I think so I think what happened there is Johnny Quick was like deconstructing something and throwing it at him, and then Flash was like cheekily putting it back together
I
as he was
see.
catching it. And then it was just like, hey, I think this is yours, and then he's just like, oh, bugger.
Okay, fair enough. I actually didn't click. That's fun. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One hell of a mirror as well. Like Superman, I think, wins when Ultraman uses heat vision, and then Superman grabs a mirror that was conveniently knocked off the wall and just reflects it back. You're like, God damn, that's one hell of a mirror. So they actually, before the fight, is that we start seeing Earth designations, and it's not like Earth 1, Earth 2, Earth 3. It's a bunch of like different.
Earth Zeta Prime, Zeta something, Theta, whatever.
Yeah, Gamma 3, yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah, because he's still searching for Earth Prime, so he can teleport there.
Oh yeah,
and then we get like the fight between Owlman and Batman here, and yeah, it's just like really nice close quarter hand-to-hand combat, a little bit of gadgets here and there. But yeah, Batman is...
See that Owlman superior strength there, which is what wins it.
He wins it pretty decisively, actually, I would say.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, because he has like this exoskeleton, as mentioned earlier, who can almost overpower Wonder Woman to a degree. So yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and while they're fighting, Earth Prime has been located, and you see Owlman teleporting out with the big old egg bomb. Yeah, just neat, really cool fighting stuff. I really enjoyed that. Really action-packed, fun. They're pretty creative with the what's his face? Green Lantern and powering with the powers and stuff. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Good stuff.
I think so. And then when he teleports, this is kind of where, so we have, obviously we pointed out earlier that Owlman's plan has some catastrophic implications if they haven't accounted for it. And I think this is kind of the part, because we just saw that he teleported away on screen. So he's gone to Earth Prime. It's gonna be bad. So I guess this is the time we can talk about potential impact. I think I'll go through like what I think it's trying to tell us about why it's certain implications here, and then we can kind of try and figure out, trying to just figure out just how fucked the ending, because I think it is still fucked. I think it's not as fucked as I initially thought it was.
Okay.
Because I think there's certain things in there. So he teleports away, and we get a line in there that initially I was just like, so Luthor just says, we can't go after him. He's already accounted for that. So he's done something vague. I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
we don't really get the explanation.
He's way ahead of us. We're locked out. And I was immediately, why?
Yeah, so my thought there is, so I don't like that we don't get a more explicit explanation there. So that's something I don't like. But I do like that he has accounted for that. So initially, my only praise there was like, okay, he's of course, Owlman's a sadistic genius. He would have made sure that no one could follow him. And then I'm just thinking, like, if the implication there is that he can prevent other people from transporting their using those devices, does that mean he stopped every Owlman who would have gone there? Because the main issue I was thinking of is just like, shouldn't we have like a billion Owlmen showing up there?
Yes.
So I was just thinking,
it's the same issue with the Book of Vishanti and Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah, which is why I was just like, wait a minute. If he's stopping them from going there, is it possible that he's stopping all the other Owlmen from going there using the same technique? Like, if it is a more generalized, no one can transport there without the super floomp thing from before. And so is it a case of so I started going down the rabbit hole with this line of thinking, and admittedly, I'm not even sure that this is intended by the I would even say that this might just be a happy accident.
Okay.
I'm willing to say that, but this might be a happy accident that might save the film to a degree. Which is, if it might be a case of one Owlman can transport there, and then he immediately locks out anyone else who can go there, which might account for why no other Owlmen go there. And I think I say in my notes, this is it's not airtight at all, but at least there is something to latch onto to explain why there is not just a clusterfuck of Owlmen showing up there at the same time, where it's like.
That would mean we had to accept that he is the first Owlman ever to do this.
Yeah, I think I say this is downgraded from a catastrophe to contrivance to a major contrivance. So, it's also there's actually something it does a little bit for his character as well, because there's something to be said about the fact that he needs to be the one to make this choice. So it's almost like well, of course he would block any other Owlman from being able to make the exact same choice, if that is the case. So it just needs to be like the first come, first serve sort of thing. So yeah, it's been downgraded to a major contrivance. But there's another problem I have with it that's also a contrivance, which is we live in a multiverse where multiversal travel is possible, and all universes are reliant on the existence of the original Earth Prime. Yet we are to believe that this is the first time that anyone has thought to go to the original Earth Prime to destroy it. So that is another. I would not say that's impossible, but I'd say that's astronomically unlikely.
Infinite, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Like I couldn't even begin to crunch the numbers there. It is so unfathomable.
Yeah.
And then we have the fact that these universes are apparently daisy chained together. Like, does that mean that? Because let's think about this for a second. You destroy Earth Prime, you destroy every Earth in the multiverse. That's kind of what the plot relies on.
Yeah.
So does that mean if you destroy, like, let's just say you destroy a universe, right? Does that mean that every spin-off universe from that universe that was created from universes that were, because it's determined that every choice, basically, every outcome to every choice, has, every outcome to every choice has happened somewhere in the multiverse. So that means that they're constantly branching off into new things. So does that mean that? So the logic here is that if you destroy one universe, everything that branched out from it dies. So it's kind of like you cut off the cut off the branch, the leaves die, that sort of thing. So does that mean that every universe, because this is like, obviously you destroy Earth Prime, you destroy the multiverse, but that also means you destroy any universe, you are destroying like an essential, a for all intents and purposes infinite number of universes every time you destroy any universe. So that's an existential panic, right? I don't even know. I can't even begin to calculate the ramifications of that concept, but I just, it's one of those things that's like, ooh, it's a rabbit hole the more you think about it.
Yeah.
So I think I actually have here some solutions to the problem, because this is what so the way my kind of stance on it at the moment, and I could be talked either way, I think, depending on references and all of that, is that the film probably accidentally is less broken than it could have been, but there's a lot that it still needs to be done. So I think one of the things they needed to do for this premise is there needed to be a fuck ton more roadblocks for Owlman to overcome. So it needs to be like, because that Earth Prime is constantly, spinning off into new universes, it's extremely difficult to pinpoint its exact proper location, because there would be so many duplicates of that same Earth going. So that could be that's just one idea. It could be that because this Earth is so important, there might actually be protections in place already to prevent someone doing exactly what Owlman is trying to do. So that's something else he has to bypass. So again, if we had cut the fucking Rose and Martian Manhunter romantic subplot that doesn't need to be in the film. We could have gotten more scenes of Owlman going, okay, I want to get to this place, but there's X, Y, Z, and Q all in the way, blocking my path. And it's, as he goes along, it becomes clearer and clearer why no one else, it's not, that still wouldn't be airtight, but at least it would, the more layers of believability you can add to why no one else has successfully tried this, the better. I don't know how possible it is to create something that's completely airtight, but you want to show that there are so many barriers in the way of doing the very thing that Owlman is doing that it's more believable, or at least far less you want to reduce how contrived it is that he's the first person to succeed in getting that far as possible, basically. So that seems to be that's it. And so that seems to be, so that's kind of my stance on it. And I think it, the accidental implications, works kind of well with his character, where he would of course prevent any other Owlman going for no other reason than to just make sure he is the one making the choice, not a billion other Owlmen. Should we talk about how what happens a little bit later on, because I think there's an additional problem there, or should we just go with what we know so far and kind of continue from there?
I don't know which part you mean right now.
So the Johnny Quick portal part.
Oh, okay. I thought we were already in the mechanics of the whole multiverse thing.
Oh, we are. It's just like I'm thinking like that would technically be skipping a little bit ahead to talk about what Batman does, because I'm only talking about Owlman's arrival.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, fair enough.
Because we get another problem when Batman decides to do the thing, and it doesn't really have a solution beyond headcanon.
So yeah, let's just go there because it's just a quick little thing, I guess.
Okay, so they find a workaround, and Batman manages to go there. So this raises the question of why are there not a billion Batmen showing up?
Yeah,
and there isn't. and unlike the Owlman thing, where the lines they slip in there allow you to create something plausible, even if it's not concrete, to why there aren't a billion Owlmen showing up. And again, it's so fucking vague as to what he actually did that I would dare call it still a problem, but we're reducing what the problem. With this, I basically had to headcanon it that Batman did the exact same thing as Owlman did, because he had the same device. And he did that for a more practical reason of, if a billion Batmen show up, that could create a clusterfuck with this situation that he just doesn't need. But again, that is complete headcanon at that point, because there are no references to grab onto that Batman did that. You just kind of have to go, well, because a billion Batman didn't show up, and there is this one line from Owlman that indicates Owlman was able to block his counterparts from showing up, implicitly, that is, we can maybe infer that Batman has the same capability and maybe did that, but there is nothing implicit or explicit showing that. That's just kind of like, I need to slot that into this story mentally in order for the next part to make sense. So that's kind of the problem. So I would say, by far, like I think the Rose part probably annoys us. Like it's probably more like outwardly annoying, but as far as just mechanics go, like that's the biggest problem with the film, is that just the whole Earth Prime thing. There's a lot of implications, and I'm actually quite impressed that there is anything to grab onto for it to even slightly make sense. But at the same time, this needed a lot more. Like, we need to just account for all the things that should be happening but aren't, and we need to throw in those lines, and we need to, like, we could have used a scene where Owlman is like going, okay, I can't show up here on Earth Prime without making sure that I'm the only Owlman showing up, because a billion other Owlmen are probably thinking the exact same thing as me right now. So I've got to, just a scene addressing that and showing that there is something to account for it, rather than me having to infer it from a singular line from Lex, basically. It would have been nice to have that. So there's more there than I thought, but it still has a way to go.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I have anything to add. I'm just thinking if there was anything else, but yeah. I mean, that's already more than I even thought of, so.
Yeah, like, I think if I only watched, because this is the second or third time I've watched this film in its entirety overall. Okay. So because I was already thinking about this going in, but first viewing, I think it's just like, oh, this is fucked. There's no way.
Yeah, because I have more of the whole breaking everything through F prime. That's where I have more to talk about.
Yeah,
I didn't think that far with the whole. There must be a million billion. Everyone's basically there. And there should be safety measures, because as far as I know, there's like all these superhuman beings in the DC universe, and they should be aware of the whole reality destroying thingies. So they probably want to destroy. Was it in DC where they had this big wall around the universe or something, or is that MCU? I forget.
Oh yeah, the source wall. Yeah, that's DC.
That's DC. Yeah, because there's like a whole Silver Surfer thing, if I recall correctly, right?
Silver Surfer's Marvel.
Oh, well then forget it.
Might be something similar. You might be thinking of like the Black Racer or something. I'm not sure.
Maybe
something there, something Jack Kirby-ish.
But yeah. So yeah, their back door is basically, we need, if something vibrates at the right speed, we can piggyback on Owlman's teleportation. So okay, you just made that up, didn't you? Like I have no idea what that means. They're just like, you need to vibrate very quickly, and then that works.
I know how it works. I know what they're doing. Okay. I know.
Do you know because you know about the universe, or because you watched the movie?
Well, you see, it's bullshit in the movie, but I know what they're trying to do. Because you see, there's I can tell you what they're trying to do, and then we can marvel at how. Actually, I would need to look at the lines directly, but it does come out as within the movie. It comes out as an arse pull, but basically, like within the DC multiverse, what separates all the universes is that each universe vibrates at a different frequency.
Okay.
Which I think might actually be derived from actual multiverse theory, if I am not mistaken, because there's several multiverse theories out there, some of which are, in some theories, combine all multiverse theories into one. But we're not going to get into real multiverse theory right now, because I already did the quantum physics lecture. Yeah,
it's getting late. I can't take more lectures, Beam. Please spare me.
You know what you were signing up for. So we've got long story short, each universe vibrates at a different frequency. If the Flash can vibrate at the same frequency as Earth Prime, and I think that's what they're doing. I'm not sure. This is what I got from it with my larger knowledge. So if you vibrate at the same frequency, because they have the frequency of Earth Prime there, if he can do that, then he can be something or another. I don't. That's it. That's the answer.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, Flash says, I can vibrate, I'm quick, you need fast. And Bat was like, no, I know your limitations, you can't move that fast. He's like,
you're not Johnny Quick.
Yeah, and Johnny Quick's like, I can. And then he vibrates very fast. And yeah, that opens that portal. And Batman yeets himself through. And then Flash's like, okay, I'm next. And Ruth says, nah, you can't, because the event horizon will rip you apart. So Batman is on his own. And immediately was like, man, you probably should have let Superman go, or anyone else that's not you. That would have probably been the better decision. Which they kind of go for. I don't know if that's them being like, oh, that's just a Batman decision. And I don't know. I think that's bullshit. I think Batman would do the smartest thing to do and not just, oh, I can't rely on Superman to finish this. It's like, I don't believe that, really.
Yeah, like I would have, because my interpretation is, and this is like, there's my interpretation, and then there's I wish that they had gotten into more detail than just the trust thing. Because my interpretation was Batman is the only mind that can keep up with the, that can think maybe, because Owlman is always plotting like 5 steps ahead, and Batman is the only one, the only other person on the team that kind of works in that same way. So he would be the only one that could counter the countermeasures that he had already prepared and that sort of thing.
Wait, you know where the problem with that one is?
Where's that?
The screen on the bomb has a big thing that says abort ? Yes, no. I think Superman could have done that. Just click.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yes, that is true. I'm less to do with the bomb and more just getting close to the bomb. I don't like. I think I think what I'm kind of saying here is that what we needed was an explicit show that he had countermeasures for basically every hero there, and Batman is the only one that would have been able to circumnavigate them, because he would know how that kind of mind thinks. He would know, okay, if I was trying to get to Superman, I would do this. Jumps out of the way of the anti-Superman thing, counters the fly. He would have counters for the counters. But it falls apart when it becomes a fist fight. Which is, it's a cool fist fight, but we do need like a little bit more like justification for the choice of Batman, because I understand why they really did it, because this is the most interesting pairing you could put together for this final conflict. But we don't go by what is the most interesting choice. We go by how do you justify the choice as part of the larger tapestry of the narrative. So it's a very it is a thin thread, to say the least. There. So that's worth pointing out.
Exactly. So, anyway, he vibrates very quick, and we got the portal, but I said that already, and he's now at Earth Prime as well, and then actually just copied the dialogue they have until they start fighting from a script side. So I'm just gonna read that out, because he just confronts him and it's like, and Owlman starts, "Welcome to Earth Prime. Before there was thought, there was this place. One Earth with a single history. But with the coming of man, the illusions of free will, and with that illusion came chaos. With every choice we make, we literally create a world. History branches in two, creating one Earth where we made the choice and a second where we didn't. That's the secret of the universe, Billions of people making billions of choices, creating infinite Earths. An infinite crisis." He didn't say that, but I had to put that in there. "Some similar to each other, you can spend a lifetime searching for any distinction. Others so radically different they defy comprehension. All of the branches originate here. Every version of reality balances precariously on this singular Earth. It seems so different from the Earths we know. I can't imagine what series of decisions led to this world hurling out of space, isn't it? Hurling out of its orbit. Because it says hurtling. Yeah. That's not right. And that wasn't me. I copy and pasted that. Hurling out of its orbit. But I know this. The source of the cataclysm was the same as it always is. Man." And then Batman says, "You can't be sure of that. Anything, you know better. Man is a cancer, and I've chosen to cut out the disease. You're talking about killing everyone who ever lived, whoever will live. I chose to make the only possible real choice." And Batman says, "You're insane." And it's like, does it really matter? There are alternate versions of me that you would find quite charming.
Oh, James Woods, man, he sells this so well.
Yeah, he sells it really well. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Would have been even better if we gotten more of Owlman beforehand. That's the sad part. Because I think this is a really cool bit of dialogue. I really liked it. But man, if he would have just had more time when he gets to this decision, it would have been even better.
Oh yeah, because he could have easily been one of the this version of Owlman could have easily been one of the all-time great villains. And I think this scene it definitely puts him in a very solid honorable mention category because it's you get a lot of really fascinating stuff. But could we have it like more distributed? Because most of the film is just like this like crime war, right? Of just like, oh, we need to clean up this earth, and then we get the really interesting stuff all compacted into the very end.
Yeah,
and it's just like, can we get all of that like earlier? Like can we get like the journey there? Like how did because this is why I find this is like the core of the film right here is just this whole question of like what do we have choice? Do our choices matter? And then we finally get further insight into Owlman's motivation, which actually I have a shit tillion notes. Why am I trying to recount this from memory? Okay, here we go. There are fascinating implications to Owlman's secondary motivations here. Did he always believe man was a cancer? Was he always intending to betray the crime syndicate and detonate the bomb, only to find out that it was a choice that wouldn't matter as an infinite number of other Earths would still survive? Or was it an existential crisis or was it the existential crisis itself that has caused him to try and justify his actions with this retroactive narrative of man as a cancer? The film doesn't give you the answers, but it gives you hints to ponder upon. It's just like, oh, could we? I want to explore it more. It's just like, was this always part of his motivation? Is this something that has the knowledge almost driven him insane, like more insane than he was before? Is it like, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot going here. I also have a couple of other notes while I'm here. One, it's amazing this atmosphere is still breathable considering everything. That's just, because the Earth hurtles out of orbit. Like even if the atmosphere was still breathable at that point, eventually what will happen is that the atmosphere will start to solidify, so you'll get like an oxygen rain.
Okay.
And so I guess if it's not far, because that happens pretty quickly, like if it's hurtled out of its orbit. Like obviously internal consistency means that there's probably some way to rationalize it. It's just like it's an interesting note for me.
So I saw a video from Kurzgesagt about that actually, because they have a video about what happens if the Earth gets hurled out of orbit. And I think the biggest issue is probably going to be the temperature at some point.
The temperature.
That's the one that's going to be much earlier the issue. Obviously, you probably won't have any oxygen at some point, but in the beginning, it's just going to get colder and colder until everything just freezes over.
Yeah,
so there's this super interesting video about it from Kurzgesagt. I would recommend that if you're interested in that. But yeah, it's still possible to live on there for a while, but it's gonna suck pretty soon after.
Yes, it's so it's like I question the timelines there because it seems pretty devastated because it seems like the effects it has on the planet doesn't seem to line up with the devastation that I don't know. The fact that we don't see what happens kind of gives it a little bit of wiggle room. So who knows? But it's something I was curious about. And obviously the main reason that it's survivable is that we're about to see another frozen Earth very soon. So maybe they didn't want to get too repetitive with the imagery. Also, so we have kind of an unreliable narrator thing with his monologue, where he's he's almost implying that universal splits are created by intelligent life making choices, and
Yes.
humans in particular. I think there's enough room for that to be, because I think that's probably bullshit, because the whole point of multiverse and how this works is that it's not choice is one of the ways you would create splits, but it's basically every possible outcome has happened everywhere, stretching back to the Big Bang. So that's kind of the whole point of it. But within his mind, within his motivations, within his very hyperfixation on choice, of course he would only see the splits occurring with choice. He wouldn't think about the fact that, you know, a particle, like a virtual particle zapping in and out of existence. There's one universe where that did happen, and another universe where it didn't. That's a whole split where nothing else different ever happened.
Yeah.
But because that one tiny little, like, this is like this is like an event that happened on the Planck scale, like the smallest possible space. But because something slightly different happened there, because there are two possible outcomes there, you get your split right there, which is why you would have universes where it's basically just a bunch of copies where the difference happened on the quantum level, in one arse end part of the universe that doesn't affect anything else. So I don't think this is a problem with the film. It's just interesting to see how Owlman is filtering and framing the implications of this, because I think it does say a lot about his character that this is how he's perceiving the multiversal issue as like a human cancer problem rather than being a much larger issue. It shows how large and how small he thinks. It's kind of fascinating from that point of view. And I think that's everything I have, and until we get to the fight, which I have a few notes on, because yeah, Owlman, it's a good fight. It's a fun fight, I think. It's got some notes here and there. It's we can break that down now.
Well, so I don't understand this thing. So his idea is that destroying Earth Prime is the only choice that matters. Obviously, we said that already. But yeah, I would. So the rules are that all of everything originated specifically only from Earth Prime. But what about the rest of that universe that Earth Prime is in? Like, shouldn't it be, if we go with those rules, shouldn't it be more like the universe that Earth Prime is in that we want to destroy so that reality would break?
So this is what we call an oversight.
Because there's a fuck ton of life in this whole universe that still does decisions. If we only go with this logic of decisions, that does like all the splits. Because if it's already with only humans, that's like billions and billions of infinite Earths, as he put it himself. There's still like all this life in the other universe, in the rest of that universe that still does decisions. So it still continues with all the decisions and gets more splits. So with the stakes we get, we have to assume that Earth Prime, like Earth itself, is the lone anchor for all of reality, for all of the multiverse, which is I don't know, which is weird. I don't think that's correct.
So this is what we call an oversight in the adaptation process. Because I can kind of, because for me, I think, you know, when certain details are omitted in the adaptation, but you are familiar with the source materials, so you kind of just go along with it because you're not really thinking about how and I think I was thinking about this while I was watching that. This doesn't ring untrue for me because I'm familiar with larger DC cosmic lore, while anyone not familiar with it would be going, wait, what the fuck? So I think because at least at one point, this might have changed since, because DC is constantly restructuring its fucking multiverse. But when this film came out, the idea was, while Oa tends to be the center of any given universe. So that's the Green Lantern planet. The center of the multiverse is Earth, which is why Earth has a larger diversity of life and species, and that's why all the major events tend to happen on Earth, is because that Earth is the central pillar of the multiverse. But I think it's a bit more complicated than that, in the sense that it's not just... I'm trying to remember if it's just like one specific Earth, or if it's like Earth is like the joining string. But at that point in time, it was only 52 Earths, so it's also very different from that point of view, where it's not an infinite number of Earths stacked on top of each other. It's more like, at that point in time, there were 52 Earths, and all of them, the connecting string was Earth, and the Guardians of the Universe really didn't want anyone to fucking know about it, because that would give people a lot of motivation to just keep attacking this backwards ass planet. Because I think part of that explanation is the life entity exists on Earth with the White Lanterns and stuff. There's a whole bunch of lore here, and that's like needs to be gone into to really go over this idea, because it's basically there to explain, okay, we have this huge shared universe, but a lot of the stuff that happens is usually on Earth. So eventually I think it got to the point where it's just like, okay, let's put a little explanation in here that we can play around with future stories and stuff, that also allows us to answer that question of why do most of the cosmologically significant stuff happen on Earth. So that's their thing. But this movie doesn't really get into literally any of that. It's just kind of taking it as a given that Earth is a central pillar to everything. So everything you are saying is completely true as a criticism, and it's just fascinating to see how, when you don't account for the details you're leaving out in that adaptation process, how it can very quickly devolve nonsense.
Yeah, and here's another problem, I think. Because if we go with the rule that every different choice creates another universe, as soon as the first choice is made, you have an unlimited amount of things happening at every time. So as soon as the first choice was made, the chain reaction has started. So even if you get rid of the first reaction, it's still an everlasting reaction that's happening. Just goes from inwards to outwards. So it probably becomes more of a race between the reactions, or not the reactions, the choices that have happened before, trying to catch up with the reactions that... Why do I say reactions? Choices that are still happening. It almost feels like they're kind of mixing up time travel with multiverse stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So the only way this makes any lick of sense is if we assume all the universes are like daisy chained together from
they just
the
all
point...
disappear at once, just like poof, gone.
Yeah, or that you destroy the original, all disappear, or you destroy one and everything that spun off from that one also go. But it almost would have been cool to have a line in there going like, they won't all disappear at once. They will like just kind of, they'll fade as fast as they appeared, which might take some time. And then you could have him retort with, it doesn't matter. No one else. It's still a case of no one else could have made that choice.
Yeah.
There's not a universe where someone didn't choose to kill the main universe. Like, it would still fit within his motivations to have that sort of, there are like wrinkles in here that would be interesting to like pull and tug at, to see where they go. Which again is why did we get the Rose subplot?
Yeah, it's so annoying.
When we could be tackling this really meaty, interesting, existential, like, this is we've got all this meaty metaphysics to deal with, and meanwhile we're wondering like, oh, is Martian Manhunter going to get to bone the hot redhead?
I don't care.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Also, I think someone mentioned it earlier in chat at some point. Shouldn't there be one of the universes where Owlman wins if we go with infinite universes?
Well, if there's only one Earth Prime, it would not be possible for one where Owlman, because that's why I mentioned there should be like billions upon billions of Owlmen showing up, because if there's only one Earth Prime. But that's why I also pointed out there's like a mechanical loophole in there that stops them from maybe showing up. So that was I think to quote the Herd Dep trial, asked and answered.
But yeah, there we go. We went for that schleem.
Now on to punching.
What you can take away from this is multiverse stuff is very complicated to get right and almost impossible to get right. There's a lot of things you need to do to make it somewhat consistent and make it work.
A lot more redrafting needed than your average story, needless to say.
Absolutely. Right. What was the last one? Oh yeah, man is a cancer. Right. And then sane. What have been I did a bad job here at the end to separate the notes. There you go. Yeah, they just start. Yeah, they have a fisticuff fight. Again, some gadgets are used, some smoke-tisms, and we see early on that Batman's plan is to get the teleporty remote from Owlman, because he obviously has the teleport thing that is not blocked. I guess is the idea here, so he can teleport the bomb out, and later on as we see also Owlman. But yeah, he at some point he gets that thing, manages to attach Owlman to the bomb, and then teleports him to that one Earth that we seen earlier that is frozen over, to detonate there. And just a nice little tip it is, because Owlman looks at the bomb and sees the screen and says abort, yes, no. And for a second, it's like, think about getting it, but then he just says, nah, it doesn't matter. And then he takes the bomb to the face. And what I thought is like, would have probably been smart by Batman to just click the abort button once while he was getting close to that thing, just to get himself some time, I would say. But other than that, I think the fight is actually pretty cool. You said you had some specific notes on that, Mr. Meme?
I do. I've lost my place. I've just got to find.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So, oh no, that's okay. That was just me. I think I was just fucking ADHD. I was just absent-mindedly scrolling the page up and down just to give myself some stimulation.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh no, fuck, what have I done? Well, someone's going to take that out of context.
Oh God, I'm gonna come.
Yes.
Probably shouldn't yell. It's 1 a.m. in the morning, and it's a weekday.
Well, you know. Well, look, if someone gives you a high five in the morning, you know why.
Dude, nice come.
So at one point, so first move of the fight is that Batman throws like tear gas pellets, and initially I thought, oh, Batman, why aren't you throwing the knockout gas things? But then later on in the fight, he gets Owlman in like a chokehold and actually tries to do the knockout gas thing, and then we immediately see why that wouldn't work. So I just thought, okay, that's a nice touch. He tried the tear gas first, presumably because the knockout gas thing we see Batman use is different from the one he used on Superwoman. So there's a little bit of there's something implicit there we can infer, which is he was caught off guard completely by Superwoman, and he might have had like, let's just say he had a full stock of gadgets. He might have needed every knockout pellet to take down a superhuman. So it's very possible that he only had like the quote unquote backup on supply that needs to be like directly administered to the face. So I think that works there. You know, it might be one of those things that, you know, if there was something a bit more like tangible to grab onto, it would be nice. But at the same time, it works perfectly well. All the information is there for you to reach that conclusion. So I don't think there's much wrong with that. So that's just a little nicety. Let's see. We already mentioned the trusting thing. I think the only caveat I had is that that's Owlman's interpretation of Batman's actions. So that's kind of like that could be why Batman chose to go himself or maybe there's another reason.
Yeah.
That was just something I was thinking about. And we'll give it this. This film gives me a lot to think about.
Yeah.
Some might say it's a little overstuffed.
This is actually one of the few movies that's like, you know what? This could have had an extra hour, probably.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. If they wanted to keep everything, especially if they wanted to keep everything, this needed an extra hour. Because the problem is we're in that era where before they started splitting their longer films into like two-parters and stuff, they would just go, you get 90 minutes at most, and that's pushing it. But most of the time, like 72 minutes. And it's just like, no. You don't understand the concepts you're going for versus your runtime. No. You don't get it. Like there's a reason, like the Justice League series, it would often split into I think the original, at least the first two seasons of that show, every like episode would be like a 2 or 3-parter because it was just too difficult to keep all of this contained into 24 minutes. They always needed a little bit more time to do things. And then they started doing season-long arcs with Unlimited, so that's how they got around that issue there. Let's see. Let's see. Ooh. So something I find delightful is that Owlman really loves that he's fighting someone as good as he is. He's like speculating, like, what tragedy in your life caused you to go that way? And then he immediately snaps back to his default motivation of, what am I saying? It doesn't matter. There's another version of you that lived a happy life. Who am I kidding? He's just having such joy.
So this one line where Batman's like, "Oh, what are you planning? Talk me to death?" He's like, "No, I was probably more thinking of punching you to death."
Yep. And then at one point he's got Batman in like just a stranglehold, and Batman goes, "If we're really alike, you know this is wrong. You must have been a good man once." And then this retort, it is so in keeping with everything we've learned about him, which is, no, not good, never good. After all, I'm only human, which is just like, I like that. And then, of course, eventually, Batman straps his arm to the panel, and we get the this is the line I always remember from this film, outside of the monologue from Owlman himself, which is, there is a difference between you and me. We both looked into the abyss, but when it looked back, you blinked.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, that's just like, oh, fuck yes, man. Fucking guitar riff after that shit. I like that Batman did send him to the uninhabited Earth, which he got the idea from Superwoman. So it's interesting that Owlman got the fate that Superwoman initially intended for Batman. That's kind of an interesting, there's a little subtle thing there. And very in character for Batman, he gave him the choice to abort. So he left him. He knew he had to get him away from that location, but he put the decision to live or die entirely in his hands, because of course Batman does not kill. So if he dies in that situation, it's not because Batman forced him to. It was because he made that decision himself. So that's a good one right there. Let's see, and that's basically it, because now we're going to go back to the Crime Syndicate Earth, and we have something. We have a payoff to one of our threads that was at the beginning. So we'll go over to that.
Yes, let me just get the right shleem going here. Boom, and then basically just.
Oh, we are now the longest Metals Forge again, by the way.
Oh, good job, us.
I think we're about to become a 4-hour forge.
Yes, so 2 minutes left.
Yeah, and always with the shortest films.
Always, yeah. Right, yeah, because now Batman is going back to Syndicate Earth. And he's like, yells at Johnny. He's like, "Johnny, stop vibrating, we good." And we see he turned old as fuck and is about to die. And this is where we see that Batman is cold in this movie. Because Johnny asked Batman, oh, the whole deal with Flash being faster, it was just a ploy, huh? Like, you knew this was gonna happen, and Batman just looks at him in silence. And then Johnny says, like, huh, good one, mate, and dies. It's like, damn.
So this actually is the payoff to the teleporter gag at the beginning, because Wonder Woman, because there's a whole like, why the fuck would you test the teleporter if you weren't 100% sure? And then Wonder Woman, of course, immediately goes. No, he is joking. Of course, he would not put you in a situation where he was not certain you were going to survive.
Oh,
and wouldn't
I
you know
didn't
it?
think of that. Nice. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, so in this situation, he was not certain Flash would survive. And of course, it's like one of them has to do it. He's going to choose the one that's not his friend.
Yeah.
So that's, and this might actually be a holdover again from the original version that was attached to the DCAU version, because when they encountered the Justice Lords, the main dark turn in the timeline was when Luthor became president and killed the Flash, and that's when that drove them to an extreme place. So the Flash dying was a very sensitive topic on that show. So I'm thinking that might have been like a holdover from that, if only subtly. Maybe it was more explicit in the original script, which we will never see. But it's just interesting to think about from that point of view. So that's
yeah, it's neat. It's neat.
Yeah.
And yeah, right after that, Ultraman just says, well, that's sad. Now get your ass off my moon. It's like, damn. So yeah. Oh yeah, you might be Justice League, whatever, but you don't have any authority here, and you're also not close to tough enough to beat me. And then Martian Manhunter arrives and brought Marines with nukes. And Ultraman surrenders. Like, oh,
in
shit.
space suits.
In spacesuits. Space Marines! Oh my god.
Yeah. And it's just like, and I think that's kind of a payoff to that earlier scene at the White House when Ultraman was swinging his dick around, because he, at that point, he had it's twofold. One, he made an actual attempt on his daughter's life, which again we saw, that's his psycho button, that's Slade's psycho button. And two, he is actively holding a gun to the head of the earth. So again, that's going to be the thing that that's going to be something that pushes him over the line. So it's like, by getting greedy, the crime syndicate kind of undid themselves, and it undid the balance that they themselves were relying on because they wanted complete control.
Yes. Sorry, I was yawning.
That is all good. It is late where you are.
It is. But yeah, we're basically at the end anyways. So El Presidente Schlippo thanks them, and it's like, oh, thank you for all the help. And the National Guard is helping rounding up all the rest of the baddies from the crime syndicate.
4-hour forge.
Yeah, let's go.
Boom, 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 boom.
Oh yeah, and then Martian Manhunter doesn't stay with his new love. Fuck that arc, I don't give a shit.
It's like one line I like out of that, which was, maybe there's one like her on her Earth. With my luck, she'll be evil.
My luck, yeah, that was funny. That was good. But yeah, whatever. But yeah, they're back at our Justice League headquarters, and we see where Batman hired the team we saw earlier with like Black Canary and the other ones. I forgot the names already because I'm a bad person.
That's okay. I'll forgive you.
Thank you.
One day.
Thank you. One day? Oh no. So yeah, they have a little bit of, I think just a little bit more bands for a couple of seconds, and then we just fade away from, not fade away, we go just away from the satellite, and it looks like it's done now. I don't really know why. That confused me a little bit. I guess some time has already passed. I don't know. But yeah, the satellite is done, the thing is done. It doesn't really matter. And also, Wonder Woman kept Owlman's plane.
So now she has an invisible plane.
Yeah, that's what I wrote. Oh, so I guess that's how in this universe, that's how she got her invisible plane.
Yeah, she stole it from an evil Batman. Neat.
Yeah,
Um,
and there,
so
there,
so
there you
yeah,
go.
so you can see this is for one thing, this is like this is the culmination of like the we are understaffed thing. We need more heroes just to protect this Earth, and they see
Yeah,
the crime syndicate has a huge number of heroes. I mean, villains,
villains. Yeah.
superpowered, yeah, on their side. So they're just like, well, right idea, wrong motivation. So they take that idea there, and of course they see how effective it was having all the people beam up to fight the supers um, there. And this is kind of also the last holdover is that this would have led into Justice League Unlimited, where that series begins with like a shit-tillion heroes on the newly
Mm.
constructed Watchtower, um, all leading into a new show, which somehow is able to balance having over 50 fucking characters on it, despite everything, which was quite impressive to say the least. I think it helps that a lot of the core JLA people were already fleshed out, and a lot of them were established characters ahead of time, so
Mm-hmm.
didn't have to. So anyone new could just have little episodes, fucking associated with them, and anyone returning could just expand on what they've already done. So maybe that's part of it. Who's to say? But in any case, we are donezo, and that's also why the ending's a
Whoa.
bit abrupt, because it was supposed to lead into a whole series in the original, but now it doesn't. So it's just like, hooray! So yeah, we're done. Yay!
Dun, 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 dun. But yeah, even with the tisms, I think it's still very enjoyable. I think it's it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I like
Yeah,
it a lot. As I said, could have very benefited from some extra time to flesh out some more of the things, and just if you don't do anything, just get rid of the rose thing. Just get it away. Just put it away, or make it better. But the way they did it here is fucking awful. I say it so much.
yar.
Uh, but
You
yeah,
know,
good stuff.
it's a 2 pound. It's a 2 pound cake in a half-pound tray. You know, it's got
Mm-hmm.
a lot of elements that just needed more room to breathe and fleshed out and all that.
Yeah. And I think Chad promised they give us $1 million when we do a 4 hour stream, right? I think that's what happened, right?
Yeah, that's I
Yeah.
remember that distinctly in
Yeah,
my
so
memory brain.
Chad, time to pay up your $1 billion because
Yeah,
that's what Owlman wanted or something. I thought I would
yeah.
come up with something more fun than this, but never mind. Let's check super chats. There we go. We got see all. There you go. Womblings. I'm here because I like your and memes chemistry. Well, thank you.
Oh, thanks.
Very
Next time
well.
you're here.
And then there's one more. Meme should bully Metal into watching the only good Transformers movie. The Transformers movie from 1986. Truly a gem in my heart. Beautiful. I didn't even know there was a Transformer movie that old.
Yeah, it was one that took place between seasons 2 and 3 of the original show. And it's the first one to kill Optimus Prime, the first of
Oh,
many. Um,
Optimus
Optimus
Prime
Prime,
died
his
for our
main thing is
sins.
that he dies. That's. I mean, it's got a lot of other traits, but you know, every time you have an Optimus, it's just like, okay, when you gonna fucking kill him and bring him back and do it again? What you gonna do?
And there you go. We did it. Very cool.
Yeah.
That was fun. And the longest one again with you. You'd keep doing this. It's insanity, but it's a
Yeah, I
lot of
can't
fun.
not be long, and
That comes with the
I
territory we're in. That's fine.
yeah, it's just like because it took me. So this is a 72-minute movie, um, like including all the like the occasional break to eat and stuff like that. It took me about 7 hours to take all my notes because I just
Yeah.
I kept pausing, I kept writing down things. I then was just like, oh, who's that? I got to research who that is. Oh, fucking Heisenberg uncertainty principle. It was it was a rabbit hole, this
Yeah.
one, and hopefully whatever we do next, I'll be able to just, because I had to keep track of a lot of elements with this one, which I think is why it ran as long as it did, because there's a lot, as I said, there's a lot of things stuffed into a small package.
Yeah.
So it's
I think the next one we should do is probably Mask of the Phantasm.
Oh yeah, that was my thoughts for the next one, because I think we blue balled the audience on that one long enough.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. They can take it. They can take it. That's a two-parter, right? Isn't it?
Oh,
Mask of the Phantasm.
It's a feature film.
Oh, okay. Because I saw like part 1 and 2 floating around, so that's what I thought it might be a two-parter.
Maybe they like did a TV edit, because this was released into theaters as a theatrical, because I think a Warner Brothers executive walked into the because it was initially going to be a direct-to-DVD film. Then a Warner Brothers executive walked in, was so blown away by what they were doing. They were just like, "You are okay. I know you have no time to adapt this into widescreen and theatrical quality, but we're going to give you a theatrical run. You got 6 months, kids.
Oh no,
I believe in you. We're not changing the release date.
Gotta draw fast." Oh boy. But yeah, there you go. Well, that's probably the next animated DC arc destination, if you will. I think there's like 16 overall.
Oh yeah, or more potentially.
More. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see.
There's a lot to go through, and who knows? Maybe I'll do a non-DC thing at some point.
What? Yeah.
I'm not a single string fiddle man. I am not your box to put into.
I already told you, if you have anything to watch, just holler me, and I would say no. I mean, yes. What?
Oh, I'm more talking to the audience and staring into them, just going, "I'm not your monkey, man."
Very well. So, what are you up to on your little channels there over yonder? More strumbles and stuff.
Yeah, doing some strumbles at the moment. I imagine I'm going to be doing some strumbling when that next Kenobi episode comes out, because I did the movie. I've been playing that movie Jules mod for Jedi Academy, which is far more enjoyable than the Kenobi show, unsurprisingly.
Wow.
We finished off that last stream by just murderizing a bunch of younglings in graphic detail. It was great.
Nice.
Yeah, that was a good time. So yeah, we kill children over on the channel, so you should go check it out.
That's a sub for sure. And,
yeah. Once I'm right now, I'm just waiting. I think it's possible I'm about to start another round of Kenobi editing once episode 6 comes out. We'll see what happens there. And then, I've got a few. I've been taking, like I said, I take notes for these metal these metal forge streams have been really good, because it forces me to take a bunch of notes on projects I've been meaning to on movies I've been meaning to do for a while. So hopefully I get around to doing something with that at some point. I'm actually thinking, because I had that Mandalorian video on the back burner, but now I'm thinking I might convert it into something. Because the whole premise of that video was talking about the stormtrooper problem with Mandalorian and how they're retarded, and everyone thinks it fits with the OT when really it doesn't. Now, because of Obi-Wan, I'm almost thinking, and because that video was already going outside of its scope anyway, I might turn it into something a bit larger, but easier to structure. Where it's like how Disney Plus ruined the Empire or something like that. And so I can segment it in like, here's how they ruin stormtroopers. Here's how they ruin the officers. Here's how they ruin Darth Vader. And that might be because that project has quickly grown out of the realm of manageability in my brain, which I think is why I've been procrastinating on it. But now that, ironically, Obi-Wan being so shit has helped to focus what that series should be, because it's gone a bit outside the scope of what I initially intended, but so now it might help to focus it back up. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, just keeping on otherwise.
Very good, very good. Yeah, link is in the chat, and also all the links are in the description, obviously. Go over there and floomp the shleems, as we do.
Yeah.
For me, I mean, I have like a bunch of tisms that's been going on. Obviously, the Kenobi recordings have been going on. There's only one more this week. So I don't actually know if there's any new recording stuff happening soon with anything else. I legit have no clue. So we'll see. Maybe just have Wednesdays off for a change. We'll see. There's going to be more Twitch streams again because I was just busy the last 2 weeks with different kind of things. So yeah, it's going to be more of that. Majora's Mask. That should be fun stuff. It conveniently cuts off at repo. I mean, it should autofill it in. That YouTube did that. I think if you click it, you should still go to the right thing.
Yeah, man.
So yeah, that's been happening. Most Trumbles, obviously Metal's Forge every week. I actually don't know what I'm gonna watch for next week. It might be another rando thing. I need to check if I don't know if actually something is in the cinemas or something. I don't know. Haven't kept track, to be honest, but I'll figure something out. We'll do the things, and yeah, I think I have like 5 weeks of no real plans. I think at least 2 or 3 weeks where there's nothing happening. So I hope I can put some focus on the John Wick script again, because I worked on it for like 2 days and then I got busy again and never had time to do it again. So that's really annoying because I was really into it again and then I just got ripped out of it again. And I said again like 7 times there. That was very impressive. There we go. So yeah, that's what's been going on. Obviously, randomly, I'm going to be on EFAPs, I guess, which I don't know what the plans are for as well. So there you go. That's what's been going on. And we are donezo. You got anything to say? Anything to fleam, meme?
Cock and balls.
Very good. That's the spirit. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the super chats and follows and whatever you've done. It's always great. Thanks for hanging out, meme. It's been fun again.
Yeah.
So next stream has to be at least 5 hours. So there you go.
I can do that.
Oh, fuck. I mean, yay. Okay. Goodbye, Chad.
Boy.